All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Yes, we are back again on the second broadcast. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate every one of you. We're just going to continue from where we stop. So I can see people already joining again now. That's fine. So we're going to take this one. We call this particular broadcast Talk and Sleep. So talk and go and sleep. But if me sleep, if me sleep and you mistakenly log out, go enter back. That's the tea. Because so if your network fail you, essentially I not sleep, or if I sleep, so it be as again. So after Madarita, I would like to prioritize my brother Midwest people before I come to Augustine. But Madarita, thank you very much for joining us. I would like you to talk to us. You can talk on any other topic we'll be talking since, but it's just that the reason why we're creating this for people to have enough time to talk, and anybody can interject people respectfully on this as well, in case you want to say something. Go ahead, madam. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, and good evening to everyone in the panel. Mr. Midwest Domosa, welcome. It's been a long time, and everyone in the and then everyone in the comment section, Mami Diaspora, Madam Patricia, all my sisters, everyone, God bless you. Mr. Nanja, what I want to say, thank you very much. I really appreciate you. I don't take you for granted. You're a great guy. I just keep saying you're just too much, man. You're a great guy. You sacrifice a lot, and even being in Nigeria now, I know there's a lot of money you spend on power, and I appreciate you. And please, everyone, just like this program, this educative program. I'm
Thank you,
sorry,
sir.
I wasn't on air. I mean, most of I think I came towards when Mr. Good News was talking. No, I don't think it's Mr. Good News. I think somebody else was talking before you played Mr. Good News. Oh, you were showing the video of former governor, what's his name, of Edo State, the one with the mustache, and Agbado. They were all together. I think,
Yeah.
yeah,
Now
yeah.
both of them are the planner together. Made they give 80,000 naira to people every month.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, and I think I was a little bit listening to, that our sister Becky was talking. I think I was off and on because I was pretty busy. But I'm gonna start with this. The 8,000 naira. Okay, this is the palliative you said, right? Somebody just sent me a news now, like the National Assembly. I will say allegedly, they're trying very hard to expedite the process of the $800 million dollar loan. So that's what they're trying to do. I mean, that's the reason why Apabi was made Senate president anyway, and plus the other oxygen obtainer man, the other one that was telling us he has a PhD or whatever in New York with a business card. Anyway, um, what is going on now with this selective government by Yakubu is Agbado is creating SPVs. I have said it before, when you are in a position of authority, for example, governor, or you are CEO of a company, you have every right to create new offices. And the purpose of creating those new offices is either for SPV, that is in a corrupt setting like what is happening in Nigeria, special purpose vehicle, or is for a purpose in which you want to actually spread the intellectual capacity of your people, right? But in this case, Agbado will create many more miniature offices under the name of poverty alleviation, or one excuse or the other, or ways and means. The ones that they use with National Assembly for Buhari now, they use the word ways and means. Those are all SPVs. Now, this is what Madam Farouk in Buhari's administration was doing when they collected millions and trillions of naira for this poverty alleviation SPV. And as at that time, I remember very well, I'm not talking about COVID now, even prior to COVID and after COVID, the 5,000 naira to give people every month. And then they show some pictures of some people in the IDP or in the northern part giving them 5,000 naira. I didn't see anything happening after that. So that was an SPV, and she was the Minister of Finance, I believe, as at that time. Or rather, no, she was the Minister of, is it poverty alleviation or something of that nature? Somebody can Google it, Madam Farouk. That's what was happening. Now, we are in this fraudulent administration. They've created another SPV. They've even added 3,000 naira from the 5,000 for Madam Farouk. It's now 8,000 naira. Where did they get those data? Where did they gather the data from to arrive at, okay, let us make it 8,000. Now they will use the excuse of, oh, because fuel is expensive or removal of subsidy. I think that was what the excuse was. So this is what is happening. You see, at this point in time, anybody who is 35 years old above in Nigeria right now, I know why I'm saying 35 years old. If you are 35 years old from above 35, whether you're listening to me or you will listen later, at this point in time, you are supposed to analyze, understand the movement of every a corrupt Nigerian politician like Agbado at this point. So any move they are making at this point in your matured level of life that you are just seeing, you have been following up what is happening in Nigeria, even if you have not been following up, it's the same old cycle. You're supposed to understand that anything that they bring out right now is creation of another SPV, is creation of different offices in order to chop money. That's the essence of all these things. But they will use big grammar, big ministries, or somebody that claim that has a PhD or professor, and they will bring it out. The person will wear nice agbada, well starched, or wear a suit, three-piece suit, or a French suit like Adam Shoshomole, come to any of the media and start speaking English for you people. Sometimes English is not even correct. The grammar is even skewed. But this is what we are facing. This is another SPV. They have no interest. Listen, that money is going to voicemail for the people who are suffering. It's just IDP money is another one. Trust me. They are going to ask for another loan for the people in IDP. Or to say, okay, we want to be building some villages now that the Nigerian army have rescued. We want to rebuild them. So we want to give them some money. They're going to create more SPVs like that. Many is coming. Listen, Nigeria, be prepared. At this time, the point is, it should be used to the body language of all these people. This one is a subsidy SPV. Another one is coming. Trust me, Mr. Nigeria Watch. Another one is coming again. And we will hear the excuse. Now, this is what happens when you have incompetent people in the corridors of power. I've said it before. We are practicing cacristocracy. We're not practicing democracy at all. At all. And it is very sad that, when you're talking about it, you seem like kind of helpless. Like, okay, we know this is what you're doing. We are aware, or we are just trying to enlighten Nigerians or the people. Like, this is what's going on. It's painful that you can't really do anything to really change the status quo, except, okay, let us follow due process, the court process, even if the court process is not trusted. It's painful. It's frustrating. Everybody in Nigeria is pretty much angry. Take it or leave it. Every man you stop or woman, they are angry or they are frowning or there's a permanent frown on their face. The suffering is too much. So all this SPV we're seeing is irresponsible in the highest order. And then the gathering of the so-called 1999 class, I will call it like the old boys club is back. Big Daddy is back. We are back on track. That is what they gathered for. So all that camaraderie, all that my boy, my guy, my former colleague, all that is baloney. It's just nonsense. How is that? How the gathering of the former thieves? How is that? I will say allegedly now because Nigeria want to correct me. How is it profitable or changing the quality of life of the Nigerian people? Calling your former colleagues or during the time you were governor. How is it profitable? Let me go to my state safe now. Governor, former governor, what's his name, Lucky Binedio. How was it profitable to Edo State? I'm not even going to talk about any other state now. Let me go home. How was it profitable? So calling him to Aso Rock now, how is it profitable to Edo State people now? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, how is it profitable to Edo State now? How? So gathering, not just gathering, is the old boys club coming together to find other ways to create SPVs. He has told them, all of you are my guys. I'm collecting all of you now. In the process of if Peter the Rock Obi come, I'm trying to set up all my soldiers in different places. However, I will compensate you. I will give you position or your child position or create one SPV where you just be collecting money every month and it's an SPV, but we'll call it poverty alleviation or renewal something. Or look for one big dictionary name. That's just all those gathering is for. It's got nothing to do with improving the lives of Nigerians. That's what it's for. He's trying to gather legitimacy, trying to gather all the people that he thinks he needs to gather and possibly advise some people like Bayo Ononuga and all those people that don't have sense and say, okay, go and call your former colleague, and they see have some sort of influence in their state, and just in case anything happen, okay, you guys are under my wings. He's gathering all of them under his wings. That's what he's doing. ECOWAS, he did the same thing. Because he has always bought his way through and through. Nothing comes legitimately. Nothing comes from the heart. Nothing comes naturally. You need to pay people to love you. You need to pay people to support you. You need to pay people to do your bidding. So you are fake. F-A-K-E, capital letter, fake. So everything that you are doing is fake. It's not legitimate. It is fake. It's not for the interest or the love of the people or the love of the nation. It's fake from the get-go, from the grassroots. It's fake from the bedrock of how you even got power from 1999. Fake. Nothing good can come out of Bola. Nothing good can come out of it. Cut me anyway. Because everything that you pay to lie. All manner of people, professors, even the agberos, even the worst of the worst in society, the drug barons, you pay all through. Because that's how your life has always been. You pay people to cover up your name, cover up your lineage, cover up your education that you don't have, cover up your nationality. You're not even Nigerian. So such a charlatan, what do you expect from him? Zero, zilch. Nothing. Don't expect anything. All these are just mini parties to grab them under his wing. That's what we are seeing on a daily basis, and the media is showing to Nigeria as if it's cool, it's kumbaya. Everything is okay, hallelujah. It's peaches and cream. Nothing like that is existing. Now I'm gonna go to EJ Agbonaima, Mr. Good News. That's his new name now. Mr. EJ Agbonaima, you just came to disgrace yourself, oh, sir. If you are listening to me, you just came to disgrace. And see, I won't lie. I'm from Edo State. In fact, you made it seem like we don't have quality Edo men or women that can come and speak about why they want to become governors. As a matter of fact, I think we have been yearning, Edo State, we have been yearning. If I look back now, let me even say from 1999. Let me just start from 1999. I haven't seen an eloquent, astute, stoic, brilliant, innovative, humble, outspoken, loving, caring governor of Edo State that has come out to campaign and speak out. The only person I have seen that I am looking at is Mr. Alex. I don't know your last name, I'll have your full name. Mr. Alex, I'm not just saying because you are from Nigeria. What I have heard you for the past 1 year. I have seen that you are somebody who is, it's not just because you are just speaking because you want to speak English. No, you're an educated man, you are compassionate, you are a son of the soil. You talk about the grassroots pain, you understand the people, you understand the dynamics, and you are willing to learn, and you are a humble person. I think we are yearning for someone like Mr. Alex. We are yearning for someone, and there possibly, there are many more of Mr. Alex. I'm just saying Mr. Alex because I know Mr. Alex, you know, I mean, how his disposition and how he presents himself on Nigeria Watch on a daily basis. And he's from Nigeria. You see the sacrifice he's making, and it is not easy. The same way Nigeria and Mr. Nigeria Watch, Mr. Elvis is sacrificing to be using generator and to be using full speed internet to be online for hours from Amagba in Edo State. It is not easy, people. It is not easy. Dedicated, it is not easy. Character, I mean, my president, Peter Obi, I think he has put the bar so high that anything that is not like Peter Obi or above Peter Obi is mediocre. And that's what I saw in EJ Bonaima. The man wasn't prepared. The man doesn't understand what leadership is. The man doesn't understand why he even wants to be governor. My God, you need to understand why you need to serve the people. You need to understand why you are willing to sacrifice yourself.
Manarita,
It's Mr. Good News. Just call him Mr. Good. Don't bite your tongue. Mr. Good News. It's Mr. Good News. You need to understand why you want to become so. Like, ask your child, somebody, why do you want to become a doctor? Why do you want to become a lawyer? Why do you even want to become a father? Or why do you want to become a mother? You need to speak from your heart and people will get it. I saw emptiness in Agbonaima. Empty. The kinds of leaders that we have today, if I don't want to call them leaders, the kind of charlatan, the kind of human beings that come out today, is like, I'm like, oh my God, this is what we have been dealing with for years. And Peter the Rock Obi just came and just, it's like he just sort of moved the scales from our eyes. I mean, I know a lot of people already knew the kind of quality leaders that you want, but let's just listen to him. He can't even tell us why you want to become governor. You don't even have statistics, data in this computer jet, this time of social media. You should be prepared with data, raw data, experience. Peter Druckobi, listen, anybody who wants to be governor right now for Edo State, please, if you need to start, go and get all the tapes, the video tapes from about Peter Obi speaking from when he was in PDP, when he moved to APC, or even when he was even talking in different forums. Get all those tapes. This is preparation expo I'm giving you now. This expo I'm giving. Get all the video tapes. Get all of them. Gather all those tapes. Sit down every single day and do it in the night where everywhere is quiet. You grasp what that man is saying. You understand it. In fact, you are feeding through it like you are reading the Holy Bible. You are feeding through it, understanding it. Pray before you listen to it, because Peter Obi is a special man. I believe he's a special man. So before to get that anointing from him, to get that blessing from him, you need to be in a quiet space. Get all those videotapes. Start listening to what that man is talking about, how he sold himself, the data, statistics, how he presented himself, how he gave examples. Don't be mediocre. You cannot be a mediocre candidate in Edo State right now. I just gave you one simple expo. Go and learn. And so when you come on national TV, like Arise, and you talk to someone like Rufai, when he's talking and you're responding, people are getting it. Idia Bonaima, enter house because you just disgrace yourself. If nobody tell you, I will tell you. My name is Rita Adams. You just disgrace yourself, sir. Go back. I don't even think you're even qualified, because someone that knows what the rudiments of the job is to be a governor, and that's why we have been having mediocre governors all this while. Peter Jirokobi has set the standard. You need to know why you want to serve. You can't just start telling me it's like you were all over the place, combobulating the whole statement, the whole comment. You talk about your Momola is Isha. You talk about okay, this is not Edo Central. You were just all over the place. You were not prepared. Why did you come to Arise TV if you're not prepared? Do you think to be a governor is a joke? We're talking about almost 5 million people. It's not a joke, man. You were not prepared. We don't want mediocre people like this disgracing Edo State, because we have better people like Mr. Alex. Please. Anybody from Edo State, if you know you're not prepared, don't come on national TV and start disgracing Edo people, because we have better Edo sons and daughters that can represent themselves and they know what it is to serve the people. People like Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, I'm just begging you. I know it's your personal choice. Mr. Alex, that's what I've seen in you. There may be other Mr. Alexes out there. Please come out and speak. We need something that will stir our intellect, that will stir our conscience, and that we inspire people. We don't want mediocres. We don't want that. Mr. Naja, I will yield for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Okay. Like I talk, the topic is for everyone to talk on. You see, life is beautiful when you tell people how do I put it on? When you expose yourself by yourself. You know, this is not like, because this is what they were trying to avoid. You know, do you know how many media that have tagged me since? I was just waiting for 6 o'clock to come. Naija Wash, you never see this one, you never see this one from Edo State, because they want me to talk about it. That's why I brought it here. For you to go face Rufai, you must be prepared. Common data, this man. Oh, I said I don't want to talk about. See now don't they push me go there. I bet let me move on to Midwest people. Then I come to Ogacm. Midwest people, thank you very much, sir. Please talk to us.
Thank you, the Jawash. We are still on the same topic anyway.
Yes, we are still on the same topic, but the main purpose of coming back on this particular topic is for the seat at home. So yeah, we should always have that in mind. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You see, the thing is this. For me, we as Edo, we should pray to have a vibrant leader and a very courageous and charismatic leader. Because when you look at this country, Nigeria, the way things are going, the scale is so heavy and anything may happen along the line. And when you don't have a viable leader that stands for you when the country in itself fails, it's not going to be good for anybody. Okay, look at the past administration. When the issue of S-men, it was when it was very, very loud in that country, the Southwest leaders went to a meeting. That's why I always tell people, I want to go back to leaders now, and I will take it down to that sit at home. Those leaders are also the leaders of Southwest, and they are not perfect. They were able to put their heads together. Before you know it, they launch Amotekun, and up to today, they are still so united in managing it to the best they can. It may not be perfect. And then we from like Edo Delta or the so-called South, we're expecting something. This one we promised, this one we promised, and nothing happened. Now, the Southeast, there was also a vacuum. Though the agitation in the Southeast is not in the South-South. And ESM and the leaders of IPOB exploit that very moment and they launch ESM, which today metamorphosed to this, whether for me, sorry, some people will feel offended because I don't have a proof. The unknown back by men. So, and right now, there is a huge problem. And for me, I'm still convinced that only the leaders of that place at this very moment are the only people that can rescue that situation. They are the only set of people that can still sit down with the same leaders of the country that are not serious to solve problems and tell them, look, this one, we are serious. We want our child back so we can be able to control our space. And I will appeal to everybody that is agitating or organizing that sit at home, no matter the pain they have, that their solutions still lie upon the hands of their leaders. There's no two other way. I can't go there. I don't have the key to set Kanu free. None of us here have that key. If someone like Alex just is a civil, ordinary a guard, I know that one will take a risk and say, I hope put this door, gamma and run. Whatever happened to me doesn't mean. None of us. And that sit at home cannot open that door because it is tribal issue now. It's just like Igbo is hitting their face, doing something that is not normal to their own people, or they are hurting themselves. So for that reason, you are in a country where the government don't care. They don't care. So for them, they say, not them, not that their own, not concern us. But the people that it really concerns are the people of the Southeast. So therefore, the sit at home is a criminal agenda, and it should stop because it has been hijacked. The one calling for it will tell you, no, I'm not the one who sent the back people. The other group will say, no, it is this group. But the fact is that something bad is happening. And nobody can deny that again. So please, let them respect their leaders, push and support them to tell them, go there and free this man for us. This is what we want. And I think this will go a long way to change the whole thing. It's very unfortunate. Plus now. Euros, almost 1,000 plus, getting to that level too. So people are earning 40,000 naira. How are they going to survive? No, imagine a country where those who work, they don't earn a living. except those who have chance to take what does not belong to them. Everybody you see driving car, everybody, not their salary. I can tell you 80%. How much are they paying? 50, 60, 30, 80, and you are driving a car. It's because you are getting something else, something from somewhere else. That's why you're able to finance yourself. So you work for a government, you have no honor, except those who are opportune to have a higher position and sit atop of the progress of the land and enrich their purse and neglect the development of the people and the yearnings and cries of their people. So, my dear, I feel that everybody here, we all have different opinions. We should reason together. How can we now have a solution to what is going on in Southeast? I repeat, the solution lies in the hands of the leaders of that region. We should not argue that because there is nothing we can do.
My brother, just to
This is what I believe.
my brother, please,
So I will
just
also
to
give you chance, CM.
please, just to
Yeah.
help you a little. When you mention leaders, obviously the thinking of everybody will go to, let's just say, the governors or something like that.
All of them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The governors.
Yeah.
You see,
But
individually,
not
I
only
think
them, not only them.
okay, well, let
Ohaneze
me
Igbo,
I know, but
your
I mean
businessmen,
political
all.
leaders,
All of them,
anyway.
traditional and all of them.
Okay, yeah. On individual basis, some have gone personally to ask, or collectively they have also. If you think they took the decision the other day, they had a meeting, including all the elected representatives, House of Reps, House of Senate. I think the governors were there, former governors even, because Chris Ngige was there. And then I think some one or two traditional rulers who hosted. That is it. You see, the thing is, let me put it this way. Because sometimes there are certain facts that may not be known to an average person. Somebody like Hope Uzodinma is a Fulani agent in Igbo land. Somebody like Dave Umahi is a Fulani agent in Igbo land.
Okay.
Then you mentioned these two.
Wait, my brother. CM, this is the area, personally, when someone from Southeast, let me put this on. When you mention Fulani, for me, I don't agree with that.
Okay, listen now. That's
and I will
okay.
tell you that.
Let me say government agent. Okay, hold on, please, so that I don't
because
forget.
let me tell you the reason. Currently, the Fulani administration is over. We have a Yoruba man.
I'm trying to tell you now why the thing get to the level it is. It's not like they're starting. It's like they're starting afresh now, because sometimes this problem didn't start yesterday. Of course, you know.
It's true.
You see, when a people are seeking favor from the government, like you are suggesting, and they are united in asking for it, definitely you can't work. You must listen to them. You must sit down and listen to them, because they represent millions of people. But when you are making effort to bring things to bear, and one or two politicians, because of their ambition, we feel that it will jeopardize their ambition, therefore they better betray their brother, in the hope that they will be rewarded in one way or the other. That is when things get bad. I agree that now they are trying to turn a new leaf and then start, because it's worsening and it's now affecting them. One senator should have been murdered, Ifeanyi, but he survived because he's using a bulletproof car. Why? I don't know the type of security they have in Nigeria. You are the security details of the senator. You are in an open police, those police pickup. Why the person you are protecting is in a bulletproof car? So who is protecting who? No, it's true. That is what happened in Anambra State. Those people, about 80 of them were slaughtered. Were killed. Ifeanyi survived. I think that was why he shaded weight. You see, most of these people you call leaders, to be honest with you, their hands are not clean. The people, let me tell you, you mentioned Amoteku. Amoteku was a reflex that the Yorubas say, look, we don't want these people in our bushes. They are preventing our farmers from going to this. They united, formed it, and then it happened. Southeast, you saw it, there was a vacuum. Why not protect us? This is not, at least, even if you don't want to do it, if it's illegal, Yorubas did it. Do it in our own case. They refused because they feel that if you say, do not, if you want to stop the invasion, the Marudin Fulani from coming to, Fulani headsmen anyway, from coming to your farmland and slaughter your people, it will affect your 2023 presidential ambition. That's how this thing started. Dave Umahi wasn't part of it. Hope Uzodinma, the Supreme Court governor, wasn't part of it. So the thing was almost like collapsing before Nnamdi Kanu stepped in and formed ESN and said, let them go into bush and smoke them out. But that's a story for another day. So it is now that they are really starting. I want somebody, if you're analyzing it, just say nice, like they are waking up. Probably because people are now talking. Thank God you mentioned that Moteku. It should have been a yardstick to say these people did it and we are suffering, but they refused. Today, where is Dave Umahi? Let me tell you, because of let me give you this something to think about. Dave Umahi used the money of Ebonyi State, the revenue, the resources of Ebonyi State. He borrowed, not that Ebonyi is not a rich state in terms of revenue generation. It's not even an oil producing state. So you can imagine the bracket where it will be. It's not highly industrialized, so to speak. He borrowed money with all the interest and everything and built an airport from the scratch. Built it and said it should be called President Muhammadu Buhari International Airport, Onueke, Ebonyi State. The person you named it after now told you, go and name it after Chubo Kadibu. I do not need it. What does that tell you about the car? This is, and I'm not making things up. These are facts. What does that tell you? If somebody from Edo State governor should use the Edo resources and build an airport, there is no prominent citizen of Edo State. This is state money. You go and name it to somebody because you want to spite your people or feel that you want to do boy to them. The man now tell you, this is your brother's name, put it in the airport, don't put my own. That's a fact. I'm not making it, or probably you don't know this. So things like this have been happening. Hope Uzodinma made it somewhere I want to give for Ruga in Imo State. You see, these are the interests. People do not, the dynamics, the details, some of them people do not know. So how then do you think that the governor of, any governor could bring out land for Ruga? Hope Uzodinma promised it. That was part of the package why they made moving from number 4 to number 1. So I'm not making excuses. These are the internal dynamics that is frustrating, even if there's a genuine effort. Because people may be wondering, to be honest with you, somebody has confronted me. He said he doesn't believe that in Igbo, with the type of people, how the type of people they are, they can find a solution to this type of thing and talk to themselves. People that believe in building can then destroy. Something is wrong somewhere. And it is true. So in all this, Soludo, in fairness to him, he made one thing. He went to see Nnamdi Kanu because Soludo said everybody is talking of agitation. Criminals hide under agitation to be snatching cars. Because there was a place they covered in Anambra where they come, they see SUV parks in the bush and people are demanding money. He said, this is not agitation. This cannot be liberating people. He went to Nnamdi Kanu, openly confronted him. Nnamdi Kanu said, these are not IPOB. These are criminals that he want everywhere to be quiet. The fact that he's here, he never give order for anything. Even the sit at home, he didn't approve. Soludo said it and it is true. Because Ozekome, all these their lawyers also said it when they were talking. Ozekome was begging. Now, when all these things are happening, Soludo now said, releasing Nnamdi Kanu so that we know sort of, it's like elimination series. Before you appear in World Cup, you must have played continental elimination to know the last 32. He said, let Nnamdi Kanu come out, give in to me, stay with me in Oka government house. When you need it, come and hold me responsible. So that we know. So let me now know somebody who will say, I'm doing this because of this. They can never give all this, but all manner of criminals took over. And who are the victims? Our people. Some of us have lost close relations. Some are even short. But this is not us. So when this type of thing is happening, and then people that maybe the carryover of Buhari government that hated the Southeast to the last, this is now an opportunity. That's why they are now telling the placeholder there, Tinubu, that look, you have no reason. Let Ohanes Ndigbo even said it because they are going to meet. I don't know whether they are going to meet government any time soon. He said, let us use this one stone to kill 1,000 animals. Leave Nnamdi Kanu to go. Let
Dr.
us now
TM,
see. Yes,
Dr.
please.
TM, please, you're using the K word. Please,
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
just reminding
sorry.
you.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. Oh God, I know the rule and I break it. I'm so sorry. So what I'm saying is that you see, these things are the complexities. I agree. Do you know that Midwest? Do you know that when the people we regard as leaders come together, say this is what they want, nothing can stop them. But in between them, they have stooges they're planted. When you are talking, they are giving feedback. People like Dave Umahi, to be honest with you, is now in the Senate. These are the people telling you that Ebonyi is not an Igbo land. He said it openly and it's on tape. He said, no, they want to take Ebonyi out of Southeast. What are you doing? What? Because they want to please Buhari. They felt that he can give Fulani land to come into and then all these things. Then Imo State man is doing what he's doing. So the crisis is really that of the fact that the people you are trying to rely on, they are not. They are just playing to the gallery or being a stooge. If you do a meeting in the midnight, they will relate it to this. Say, my hand is not there because of my political ambition, my EFCC case, it will jeopardize it. These are what they are doing. And this is what people cashed on. But however, there must be a way out. And that is where we will converge. The way out is, I know to a large extent, most people are defying this stay at home, particularly in Anambra is where it is worse. In Igbo State and the Abia, people still people move about because people will tell you they can't stop us, we are doing our business. Because Anambra is we are the cash cow, where people can always make money, and they Soludo said it. I agree. So what I expect is this. Even if they are charging in now, they can't for any offense, put it in the court today, tomorrow, or let him go. Because people will tell you a lot of criminals are manipulating, telling you IPOB. They are not. They are not the people. They are not these criminals are just from it can be anybody. People cash on because under the cover of the night, even a saint can become a thief because there's darkness. You can't get anybody. So that is what people are trying to do. When you say, even if they say sit at home, people are defying it. Ask anybody on the street to say, look, sit at home for what? What are they sitting at home? After all, now the kind of trial has been finished. So why should we be at home? Why should Simon Eber say it? So even the Simon Eber people are listening to. Do you know that when people are even ballooning things out of proportion, when they are ballooning things out of proportion, when there is a slaughter, kill people, or some of these things are make believe, I'm not make believe, they are state managed, and then people will come and then act. They say this type of person. The real people, if you go there and ask them, they don't want. Everybody is out to go and look for his own business. They will tell you this. They say they can manage Monday and then go to work on Saturday to compensate. He said, but the fact that you can't tell me to come and sit down for who will, okay, that sit at home for this, who will obey that order? Nobody. Who will obey that order? The people they are looking for say these are the people perpetrating. Everybody is coming out. Ask anybody. Everybody is suspecting each other. Say, oh boy, if you didn't come out, I will go and report you. Know that you are one of them. Everybody will come out. You say, I told you that I'm not interested in sit at home. So these are the reports we are getting. The people you call, there's a vacuum because the caliber of people we have, they are just stooges of whoever that put them there. Okay, look at Bola Tinubu, and then when he goes there now, some people. That's why when what Peter Obi said today, any reasonable person will not attack him, and people knows because people go to Peter Obi and say, Peter Obi, make a statement. Look at what we are facing. Peter will say, he said, make a statement. If you go to Peter Obi, we tell you that this statement I'm making is because of the report, because he gets on the spot report from Onisha. He lives at Onisha now. So when you disrupt people's business, say sit at home for under what condition will you sit at home? So But most people do not understand. They give a blanket, sort of a blanket condemnation. It is not. We know what we're facing in the Southeast, and it's not a child's play. Nobody is happy about it. I know the way you people feel concerned about it is 1,000,000 times more the way people feel. But this is a situation whereby those you think that they are leaders are incapable of coming together and say, look, we stand on this, and unless this is done, no. Because if they do it that way, government will say, okay, this is a a good, I mean, sort of a major geographical zone. You cannot treat them like this. But when they go there, they won't. Some of them won't even come to the meeting. I'm being honest with you. That's why the regard. So I mean, you are person saying insult, insult. If I tell you what this, do you know that this agitation shouldn't have been like this? Midwest people, do you know that Nnamdi Kanu held a meeting with all the Southeast governors and Ekweremadu senators? Do you know they held a meeting was held in 2017? When they confronted him, federal government Buhari gave them authority, say Southeast, go and sort this out in-house. Go and talk to Nnamdi Kanu before. I don't want federal government to be involved. In fact, Ekweremadu said, leave it to us, they will do it. With Nyanwodo. They start at government house in Enugu, government house. They did a meeting. Professor B.O. Nwabweze was there. Ben Nwabweze, who followed Nnamdi Kanu. The guy asked Nnamdi Kanu, this your Biafra, is it absolute? Is there nothing that can do for you to? Nnamdi Kanu say it's not absolute, but I want the following. He said, before we arrive at it, we convene this meeting again so that I talk to my members. Let it not be I sold out. I will tell them this is because they know we are having this meeting. They're expecting feedback from me. So the feedback I'm going to give them is that we are joined to continue on so there. And the next time we are going to have this meeting, I won't be the only person. My deputy, my secretary, about 5 or 10 of us will come. They agreed. What did Nnamdi Kanu demand? Because most people, some of you may not know this story. He said, what I want, if I see evidence, Calabar Airport, international like Lagos, Calabar Seaport functioning, Warri, Port Harcourt opened to make life easy for the people, Southeast and South-South. Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway, built, East-West Road, and then all the police checkpoints in the Southeast removed, that our people are suffering. Do you know why? Nnamdi Kanu knew all these things, because an average person will tune to Radio Biafra and phone in and tell them, Nnamdi Kanu, look at the way we are suffering here. Look at they are doing. There's no place you mount police checkpoint all over except in the Southeast. Anybody asking for this, is he being selfish? But do you know what the result that went? The politicians society felt this boy is proving too stubborn. We can't control him, so we can't tell him that he should leave everything to us. Nnamdi Kanu said, no, I can't leave it. If I don't see evidence, we continue our agitation. Tell me, is that a bad thing? That is not a bad thing. By the time you are doing anything and somebody calls you to a round table, it means you need peace. That moment, the person is not, and that is why Nwabweze said, is it absolute? He said no, because absolute means even if you give me the whole world. But he said, let me see evidence that this is being done. And then what does it mean? What all these things is asking for, is it too much? Is that not to make so that the marginalization can stop and then we see real integration and doing something? That's what Nnamdi Kanu asked. But nobody will report this meeting. Nobody. They will hide it. But a meeting took place. It was after that they now did Operation Python Dance, wanting to kill him. So in a way, you now feel that the failure of leadership of our people by being a Fulani stooge. When I say Fulani, all this during Buhari time. So that is what degenerated the thing to this level. Ordinarily, we couldn't have this thing should have been long gone. All you need to do was put all these things in the budget. Okay, when you opening Calabar Seaport and all, yes, please.
CM,
When you're doing all these things,
can you allow me to put a little thing here? Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
If you look at it very well, you just mentioned some certain things like seaport, the suffering of the people.
Yeah.
When you look at other places in Nigeria, no one is actually enjoying.
Yeah, but then
wait, let me say something here. Now, you also talk about the governor trying to give a land. In my own state, it was already passed as a bill from the governor to give 20% of Edo land for Ruga. Do you know that happened in Edo State?
But it didn't happen now.
Okay, the governor pushed for it, almost signing everything. and peacefully people were approaching him. When he discovered that the whole thing is getting a very strong momentum, and they were trying to navigate. Okay, we have suffered a lot as a state and also as a region. The thing is this: the problem of our country is big. This country is heading somewhere. To me, the way I am seeing it,
but not somewhere good. You see,
it's going somewhere.
Because when Nnamdi Kanu had all this meeting, what people interpreted it, and quite rightly, it's a failure of leadership. He said, how can you people be governors? Look at the way, okay, even if I say governor, let's forget about infrastructure. Why can't our governor say, look, federal government, we don't want all these police checkpoints, a certain money from our people. What is it for? You will travel from
Wait.
Zaria. It was even Ozekome, Edo State man, that wrote the article, because he just came to, he would travel through the east to see some of his clients during festive occasion. When he came, he wrote an article, I think it's still in the internet. He says Southeast is under siege. Every 100 meters, every distance, you see police checkpoint, army, military, collecting money from people openly, harassing them, shooting themselves before they even did answers. How can a governor?
Can I come in here now? Okay. People have spoken lengthily.
Yeah. Let me just quickly throw this one in, please, before you come in. You see, somebody talk about Edo State governorship election, that we should not be rotating it. Let me tell you, my brother, as far as the situation we find ourselves is concerned, I would personally, my own opinion, I will always prefer rotation. One, for a government to be thrown open, it must be a government that is responsible for unemployment, catering for the people who are unemployed, catering for the people who are suffering, and rule of law is effective, and everybody is subject to that law. Like in our situation, my brother, just imagine if only Edo North has been the one that has been ruling till 99. The only thing we see is ethnic tension. If only Edo South has been ruling since 99, because the government we have today is structured in a manner to be irresponsible. They will destroy everywhere, and you have nobody to ask. You only have people that will come out. I am in charge of this. I am the one appointed here. I'm the commissioner. I'm the governor. But primary school, we don't have. Who are you going to ask? Nobody. So in that situation, as far as the federal is so rotty, there should be a rotation when you have many ethnic people within a state. And that's the reason why we must, campaign for it seriously. And within that rotation, we should pray for a credible one who will look into this situation. Maybe we decide to restructure his own state, because the federal government want people to restructure their state so that people can have that sense of autonomy. As we speak today, everything is in the hands of governor. We don't even have government. We have governor and president. But government, is it not court that's supposed to decide the Kanu issue? What concerns president there?
But
because we don't have government. That's why.
How would you restructure state? Or do you mean devolving?
Well, when that one is a different topic. When I talk about that restructure, I mean giving autonomous to the local government, trying to look at the demography of the people that settle in that very particular
Can I come
state.
in now?
They should have a say.
This issue of autonomy, we are getting it all wrong. We are really getting it very, very wrong. I've heard CM, and I've heard my brother, who has, I think it's Midwest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And I want to state this categorically clear, that we all should know this. The average Eastern man, Eastern brother, I call them my brother, have undergone what no ethnic group in Nigeria and even West Africa has not gone through. If one man should undergo sort of bullying by a group of people, you all will know the kind of mental torture and psychological effect it will have on that individual. And I want to come to say one thing today that need to go into the bone marrow of every Nigerian. The only part of the country that has practiced what is known as the unity of a country as an individual in an ethnic group is the Easterner. They have developed. They are not scared to go into any part of the country and dwell richly, and they see that part of the country as their own because it is Nigeria as a whole. Despite what they've undergone, but they still come out of the pain, still come out to love an average Nigeria and take them as brother, develop the land, build their own houses there, marry there, and have kids there that go to the school and pay taxes there. Likewise, a lot of Nigerians have gone to the East to live there, marry there, do business there, have a living there. You know why I'm saying this? I'm trying to get to a point whereby we come to our own, every Nigerian come to our senses and know what the average ethnic group, where they really are strong and where they are weak, so that we'll be able to help ourselves. While we are done, we help ourselves as brothers. I want to categorically say this. I love the Igbo race like I love my own race. You see one thing, the only race, the only ethnic group that hold the economic base of Nigeria, that practically do what is stated in the economic policy of Nigeria, which brought about the wealth of this nation, that go to every nooks and crannies of the world to empower and bring the empowerment back into the country and sign individual agreements, go after the government that have laid a bilateral relationship with any country, and they go there, Nigerians go there to execute that bilateral agreement, is the Igbo race. I will not take that away from them because that is their God gift. And I have gone in there to exalt that thing, that an average woman gets to a dry land and he makes that dry land a fertile land. I have drawn nearer to them. I have understood them. Their healing process was very, very fast. Faster than the one that happened in Congo. Very fast, and they improvised and went into the Nigeria and really continued like that, and everything, the psychological effect was taken out. But what happened? The Nigerian people, some Nigerian part of Nigeria, ethnic group, decided to say they will not forgive those that have done this, which in quote has been opened by our dear lawyer. What has happened in the past, that this thing you say is from the Igbo clan that did this to the another ethnic group, was not really an Igbo clan that did that. It was explained to everyone, but we still carried it on and on and on. I want to now come into the IPOB issue. When the IPOB started, a lot of people were even me myself, when Kanu started, I was saying, what is this man saying? Why is he angry like this? I tried to push him over, try to don't put my mind there, because he was talking about, oh, divide this. He was bringing out the anger in him. The reason why he's bringing it out, I don't want to know. But one thing, my knowledge in the school that I went to brought me back that everybody have to be heard, no matter how rude the person is. we need to sit down and listen to them. Then I sat down and listened to him. It began to take me back to history, and I understand where Kanu was coming from. And I sat down and went in. Meanwhile, some of us, we refused because he was talking about, oh, being divided, you want to divide the country. But some of us never knew that the 3 square meal we have been hiding, we have been saving, there will come a time where two of them will be taken away from us. We only have 1 square meal. This man had the vision and he saw it very far. But none of us agree with him because we were seeing it from another dimension. We never really ready to listen. And it went further and further. He now made a pronouncement. That's where Simon Ekpa came in. If you look at Simon Ekpa's history, he was never into this. He said it in his own word. He was a sportsman. Then he got into it because he saw something in him. And Kanu made one pronouncement to the whole world. That if he said, in this course, I am ready to even give my life. There I know this man is serious. And he said one thing, if you take me down, there are more than 100 Kanu out there. That will be more than what I am doing. They will do more times 10 of what I'm doing. But we refuse. The government refused to hear this. Most of us were saying this. We were saying that they should come together and do dialogue. CNN said one thing which correlates with what I'm saying. He said the Eastern governor, they came together. But they balkanized because CNN said one thing, that there are many, they sold out. Some of their leaders, that would term leaders, they sold out.
Yes.
They were only allegiance to the Fulani clan. No other clan but the Fulani clan. Because they are selfish in nature. They're twisted-minded people. Not that the average Igbo man does not respect its leader. The Igbo man is a Republican in nature. He believes in his right to exist. He is well, inclined into what belongs to him and his right. But when it comes to you taking his right away from me, he will boldly confront you, no matter who you are. That is how life is supposed to be. A man cannot take out your meal a day and you sit down there, oh, it's my leader. What kind of a leader that will think like that will take your meal from you? And you see, be docile. The rest of the country were so docile. It is this kind that even woke up the country as a whole. That we are being cheated. He gave us all the line, all what these people are about to do to us. He gave us everything. Look, in every country, there is a man that will give us a roadmap. It might not be a perfect roadmap, but that man will draw the roadmap. Another man will take from that roadmap and give us the full design. In a revolution act, there are people, there are leaders who can stand and they can easily speak eloquently and bring next people. And there are some kind of leaders that they are aggressive leaders that want their own, no matter they cannot compromise. They cannot compromise, but you got to understand them and come to a round table with them. I was speaking right here. I said Samuel Ekpa is an IPOB member. The reason why I'm saying this is that before the leader, the head of IPOB, we come to the world map and speak that we should listen emphatically. He made a true statement. He was very strict and he landed strongly. And when he said that, the people knew that there is a man that he's seeing the light in Samuel Ekpa. He said, but the man will come in a different dimension, but we should listen to him. He's speaking the truth because this man is coming from the depth of history. You might not like his way. And if you listen to the report he gave, I was trying to find a fault in that statement where he said, if you are an Eastern man, if you don't listen to this sit at home, they will flog you, they will do this. Remember, when this sit at home started, there was a saboteur, and the government were the saboteur. They gang up with this same man that is saying Samuel Ekpa mentioned his name 15 times or 17 times. They gang up with him. It is true that lady that spoke earlier, she might not be too articulated, but she was going somewhere. She was going somewhere because we knew that this sit at home, they were saying ESN were outside, but actually it was the government that were paying some people in the East to paint the IPOB bad and evil. And the ESN, let me tell you one thing about the ESN. The ESN were not to come out into the public in the East to not start be going against Igbo. No, the ESN, as they were inaugurated, they were to go across they were like forest guards. That was what Kanu said. They were like forest guards.
Can I ask you a question,
with the
please?
security of the people.
My brother, I want to ask you a question here. You said a lot of things that Kanu was the one who opened the eyes of other people. For me, I don't agree with you, but I don't want to argue with you on that basis.
See, when I said open.
Wait now, I want to throw this question to you.
Okay.
I want to throw a question to you. If ESN were to be in the bush and peradventure they arrest anybody, how are they going to try the person? Jungle justice? Is it everybody in the bush that are evil?
Okay,
so you should clarify that.
Let's come here and speak here. You see, when the ESN was set up, look, when a militia, they are like militias. When they come to you, they are not coming to you to dialogue. They are coming to take what belongs to you. And you must be able to have a resistive force that will stand them, because your security has failed. Your security is being compromised. He was saying it. Did it not happen in Edo State? Did your governor not prefer a bill to settle the cattle rearers, the Fulani that were coming from other countries? What happened? The people came from different angle. No, don't tell me it's a different thing. It's the same thing.
Wait now.
Because Kanu made mention of it.
When he signed it, people did not take cutlass, everything. They came up peacefully to tell him, we have no land. The government don't have any land for that.
That is why I'm telling you, I started from history that these people are like a nation who has been bullied for long. Do you know what it means to lose 2-point-something million people that are innocent, that are not even part of it? And now you come out to not appreciate the people itself and sign an agreement for peace. And you are peaceful in everything. You do everything. You dwell in the whole land. You are not unlawful. You are lawful people. And somebody now start agitating to take your nation down. They are not like us in Benin.
No, we can't. They are not like us. And listen, my brother, they are not like us. And we can never also be like them.
Let me land.
That one is a different case.
Let me land first.
Yeah.
See, before you talk or try to say these people are wrong, you must come from the history perspective. If you don't know the history, you will not be able to appreciate it and talk holistically and be objective in this case. I am not being one-sided. I'm trying to be objective. I'm trying to paint a picture for us to see how far they've gone and what brought about what is happening now. And I made mention that this issue can be quenched if the governors can come together. You are talking about leadership. You are saying, oh, the leaders, we have leaders, they should come to leadership and come in. Do you know how many times we've come to a round table in Nigeria that we're saying, because this leadership have come now, let's manage them, let's see. Nigerians have been dialoguing with Nigerian leaders for more than 30-something years. Look at how far we have gone with dialoguing with leaders that don't benefit being respected. We are not talking about our royal head. These are monarchs. We are not talking about the monarch. We are talking about the leaders established in the Nigerian context. We should be very aware the kind of leadership we are speaking about. Are you going to dialogue with the leadership that does not even see you as human before them? that give you piecemeal into the same sovereignty you and I belong to, and the resources belong to all of us. They're giving you crumbs from the master table. Do you now sit down for 32 years you've been dialoguing with this leadership, and they refuse you what belongs to you? Even the piecemeal, they refuse you. Now they have demonized everything. What are we saying? Where are we going to? With this kind of leadership, will you get to the promised land? Why did Obi came? Obi
Mr.
had the
Victor,
call. Yeah.
calm down, bros. I understand your
I'm trying to
passion.
get somewhere because I am coming from history. That is why I'm
I understand where you,
passionate in this.
yes, but you say you're trying to get somewhere. I know where you are leading us to, and I think a lot of us, I must, well, I think I understand. But I just want to chip in one thing there, and I know you're speaking. Based on everything that has happened in the past, everyone knows the history. At least I would say 80% of Nigerians know the history of what happened to the Igbos. I think one thing that is fundamental, that what I have identified, some people might not agree with me, especially some Igbos, is that because of the long-term intimidation, abuse, and let me use the word cheating that have been going on for so long, they have lost their self-esteem. That is why the Igbo man is easily picked to make it for a joke, or is easily blamed for every single thing. Is because, and then they're silent. Take a look at what's happening with Simon Ekpa now, because of that self-esteem that has been imbibed from generations to generations. It's very hard for them to react. It's not like it's hard. It's not as if they don't have the ability, but that reaction is because of the false history of Kaduna Zogu. So let it not be like, it is Igbo people we are causing wahala. But in actual fact, they have systematically pinned down their self-esteem. That's what I see. Listen, every Igbo person speaking, I love Igbos. One of my best friend from kindergarten, she's still my friend today. I trust her to do something for me in Benin. She was born in Benin. I went to her wedding in Oka. I served in Abia State, Ishalaga North, to be precise. So I know what I'm saying. What I have seen, I am outside the box. I can only see what you are not seeing. It's not an insult. It's something that I have noticed. The Igbo people, their self-esteem has been pulled down for a long time. And that's why we have charlatans like the likes of Agbado. They call their name, they give them name that is not their name. They say all sorts of things and they're silent. Look at Simonekpa. Hey, Benima cannot do that now. They'll drag him and tell him, come, sit down here. What are you doing?
Sister,
He's silent.
One
Wait, 1
second,
minute.
Mr. Black Panther, 1 second. I want Sister Rita to clarify something. What do you mean by self-esteem? Because I
Okay,
That
don't
is what I
think
thank you
want
very
I,
to
much.
yeah,
want
can
her to
you
clarify.
break it
Thank you
down? Because
very
I'm
much.
not understanding that part.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy Black Panther was kind of giving us the history, about what happened, 2 million people, passed on and all that. Do you know what war does to people? Do you know what it does to a lot of the generation of the Igbo people in Nigeria? Do you know what it does to them? It's not just infrastructure they're crying on. It's not just the Biafra thing. Within themselves as Igbo men and women, within themselves, they have made them subservient, second class to the so-called powers that be. That is why even the Igbo elders, Mr. Pamidos was talking about that they don't respect. Even the Igbo elders cater to the caliphate because they've lost their self-esteem. They still
Are
feel
you
they.
talking generally now?
I am
As in
talking.
all Nigeria? Because what you are saying now,
Listen, sir. Sir.
it does not go only to the Igbos. It goes to every race in Nigeria.
No, the Igbo people are special people. Listen, no,
No.
let
What
us
you are
not get it
saying now is
twisted.
wrong.
No,
No,
it is
so
not
what I
wrong.
will say then, that
It
means
is not
that because
wrong.
that
My sister,
Sister
hold on.
Rita, Okay, Sister Rita, I'm so sorry. I really apologize. I don't like
Go
interjecting
ahead.
because I understand how it breaks your, train of thought. But what I wanted to say that, would you say it's all the Igbos or these specific leaders, this specific charlatans? Because we have to remember they always use the weaker ones amongst the people to perpetuate their act. Because if they got a strong leader, for instance, if they projected someone who had a voice, let me use Nnamdi Kanu as an example, you think that he will bow down to them? Because I don't think that this self-esteem issue is a general issue.
My sister, let me tell you something. It took the likes of Ojuku, a man that stepped out and identified a lot of things and saw how they made their people subservient and how they were cheating the East. That's one generation that passed. Now, another generation came. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came. Listen, in every generation, let's say in a house where everybody is too quiet or they're subservient or they're afraid, there's always one brave person that will come out. And that is what is happening. But to Nnamdi Kanu was the brave man that had the liver to come out and tell everybody, you people are cheating my people. What you people are doing is not right. We demand this. We are Nigerians. Treat us like that. One. Otto Eze, all the billionaires, even Emmanuel Wanyawu himself, I heard is the leader of the Ohanese Igbo right now. Over the years, so if we want to be honest with ourselves, over the years, why didn't you have people like Otto Eze and why you speak up like the way Nnamdi Kanu is speaking? Why? We only had people like no. Listen, we only had people like the former, what's this man's name, Alex Ekweme. That is a generation where they're not really avid or very vocal the way Nnamdi Kanu was delivering his message. That's a different generation. Tamonekpa is another generation. I think he's even younger than Nnamdi Kanu. They are going to be worse ones, one out of the many. When you are asking me that question, who are you talking? I'm talking about the entire Igbo race now. Take it or leave it. Because somebody just said, Mr. Midwest, sir, you said he cannot be like a Edo man. Why? Because it is well known that a typical Edo man, you cannot downtrod his self-esteem, even if he's the only one in a crowd of different, he cannot. Because we already have formed our history. They've already told us how great we were, great Benin Kingdom. But looking at what happened prior to, the 1966 war and everything that happened, what happened to the Igbo people? You people don't understand. They took their resources. They took their food. They made them less than nothing. How do you think those men felt? They felt, do you know what war does to people? You guys need to understand. And it passed from
My
generation to
sister,
generation. That is why today we
I
only have
wanted to put this
one
one
brave
before
one.
you
Excuse me, sir,
contribute.
sir. He has
Okay.
one brave one that will come out in every generation. Nnamdi Kanu is one. But guess what? The way Nnamdi Kanu came out, it will not be the same way Juku or Alex Ekweme will come out. And somebody after Nnamdi Kanu might even be worse. But we are missing something here. We are missing something here. Is the person of the great Igbo man. What has happened to him? And because there's no healing, there's no acknowledgement of what happened to the Igbo. That is why that self-esteem will still be hanging low. Take it or leave it. Any rich Igbo man
Madam
or
Rita,
any prominent Igbo man will be subservient
Madam
to the
Rita,
caliphate.
Madam
And
Rita,
let that
I
person
disagree
address.
with you 75%.
Yeah, I disagree, Madam Rita.
Like I
I'm
said,
sorry.
it's my opinion.
Madam Rita,
Respectfully.
It's what I see. I'm seeing it in a different way. I'm not just talking about the
Madam
surface.
Rita,
I'm talking within. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
can I help you out here, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you see, you are completely right with what you say. Yeah, if anybody has been in that situation, he will understand you. And I'm gonna say this: people like Midwest are the kind of people that make the Igbo people feel that way. It's not far fetched, because listening to him right tonight tells me that these are the kind of people that brings the Igbo man down. Because for him to do because of few Igbo men and generalize the whole Igbo to say
that they are not accommodating. They are not accommodating. I mean, you are completely right. I just want to end it there till it gets to my turn. Thank you.
Okay. You said they are low self-esteem. You see, and that is why I
Excuse
trace it
me,
from history.
please. What do you mean by not accommodating? Have I said that? I'm still here.
Yes, you said it in your statement, your first statement that you made in the first broadcast.
No, I never said so.
You said it. That was why I came in.
No, that
It
is not
was
what I
your
said.
word, that word I picked. That was what provoked me to come in.
Is
You
it
were
not?
online.
Do you made this topic or when before you went to break or what?
No, before we came to this other portion of the broadcast, your submission you made that submission,
Line is
and I
breaking. I
picked that
don't know
one.
if it is mine.
That was what
If it is mine.
provoked me to come in
Okay,
and cut you short.
let me clarify him. Perhaps he didn't hear me very well. That's not what I said. Because if I can recall, is even when I said I grew up with Igbos in Benin, and the Southeast is not like that? Is that what you mean?
No, I
So
heard you saying accommodating. Another place accommodating them.
how will I say how will you just heard only or not accommodating? Because I can't
wanted
get
to
it back
look.
now.
You know what I wanted to tell Mr. Najawash? I wanted to make Mr. Najawash play your tape so that he can energize all of us. Because you made some fundamentals error in your statement. Not everything, some fundamental error. That was why CM was awakened. But CM calmed down that we should come to this broadcast. So that
Okay, wait.
we can hear you very well and we cannot speak on it.
CM is still here. CM, I want you to help me where I say Igbo don't accommodate, please.
Probably when you were saying, I think you alluded.
Sorry, guys. Garcian, sorry, I have to come in here. Black Panther, Midwest people never said anything like that at all. I just checked, and there's nothing like. He only said that the Igbo people don't respect their elders. That's what he said, and I challenged
That's what
him.
I'm alluding to. So that's what I
Yes,
wanted to
I
allude to.
challenged
So
him on that, and you challenged him. So please don't change his words.
I know now it's not.
He didn't
And I
say
want.
Igbo people is not accommodate. That's a very expensive word. Please.
Because I never said anything like that.
Yeah,
It was so strange when he said I said Igbos are not accommodating.
People can
I
use
never
that,
said so.
use that to think that is against the Igbo people. He never said
Yeah.
anything like that.
If I said they don't accommodate, that is so expensive. How will I say they don't accommodate?
He said the only
because
people that
maybe
can
you misunderstood me for saying
your words are the only people that can release Nnamdi Kanu are the elders of the Igbo.
Yes, that's where I was pointing to.
You said the youth must respect the elders of Igbos for the elders to have the ability, the chance to release Nnamdi Kanu. So
Okay, I take it back. Maybe I misheard him, or maybe I misunderstand him.
Yeah, I never said so. Please, no, I can't say that.
Anyway,
that's fine. Midwest people, that's be sorted out. So
anyway, the thing is this. Let me say, because I've listened a bit. What Madam Rita is saying, I can score her at least above 78%. Do you know why? War is a scar on the conscience of everybody. I didn't fight a war, but one thing I want people to let people know is that my father participated. There is no family in Igbo land that did not. Okay, let me not say. I wouldn't say there is, no, because I don't want to be 100%. Most of the families in Igbo land sat their children down and told them the history of the war. Let me review one secret today. What made the war to stop the way it is not because Nigeria subdued Biafra. No.
Excuse me, please. Can somebody mute themselves? I'm hearing a child's voice. Please, can you mute yourself? Thank you.
It's not that Nigeria subdued Biafra in the battlefield. No. It's because of starvation of innocent children. At a point, Biafrans were taking children and sending to Gabon just for safety. Biafran, my father told me they held a meeting somewhere at Amich in Anambra State in the midnight, almost in the forest. The battlefield generals with Ojukwu, they said, the people we want to hand over are dying before us. What do we do? But they didn't conclude it. They said at a point, they are starving innocent people, the children you are going to hand over. Why can't we hold on and tell them that this is what happened? It was because of that future generation, starvation as a legitimate weapon of war, which Awolowo said at Addis Ababa in 1968. That was what really sort of, made Biafra to weaken. Because the corridor to get food in, when you are fighting a war, you don't cultivate. Everybody is on the run. So the corridor to get in food from Portugal, from Sweden, those that want to buy food, wasn't coming. They cut us off. So because of that hunger, which shouldn't have been, the kids, kwashiorkor, they were dying. So they said, no, these are the future. So when we finish, so what Mother Rita is saying is, to a larger extent, correct. It is that psychology that the Igbos came back from the war, hoping that the three reconstruction, rehabilitation, and this will happen. It did not. And rather than it happen, because what I'm saying is sometimes I've read more than 40 books on Biafran war. So rather than it happen, what you should have done was affirmative action. The greatest victim of every war is the school, the social places, the school, the market, the churches, what is the other one? The churches, I mean, something like gathering, market, churches, schools, and then every other thing people gather. So they were completely decimated. As they are coming back, we expected government to help. Those that started University of Nigeria in Soka 1971, go and ask. They were sitting on block. You know the block you used to build a house? You put it down and they sit on it and be taking lecture. Some under the trees. They didn't do it. Secondary schools then, I mean, there's no school start now between 1967 to 1970 in the Southeast. So people lost years. What government should have done was to come and rehabilitate them. Rather, they put a high cutoff for them. So that psychological torture, Igbo man suffered it, but it's a generation thing. That's why that generation, Rita, you are right, that generation of
Exactly.
Ekweme that came out, because when they came back, they were coming back with the intention that they will be rehabilitated. Give, at least if you don't want to rehabilitate me, give me free. Let me take possession of what I had before. But all these things were denied. So Igbo man has to scrape. In fact, it's like, do you know, let me say this, but some people may not know. In Igbo land then, most children were not wearing shirt. The moment you wear short to cover your private distance, you can be playing around. In our families, two girls may be wearing one dress. Sort of like if you people are just like the senior and the immediate junior, you can, when they grow up together, you look like there's no more difference. You can wash your own I wear, just like they change. So many things we improvise to succeed. So when they were doing it, there was no resistance. People were obeying everything, swallowing it left, right, hook, line, and sinker from 1970 until 80. They started rehabilitating themselves 90, but now they said the country hated us. We fought a war. You never rehabilitated us, contrary to what you said. Okay, give us what is due to us, what we left in the bank when we were running away. You refused. The properties seized. What do you want us to do? Then upon that, you put us what is it called, high cutoff. Now let me tell you a story. I mean, it's not a story, but I will look for the link. Probably I will post it here one day. There's a community called Nnewi in Anambra State. When they came back,
sorry, I don't want to cut you, but remember we have other people on the panel.
Okay, yes. Let me just to buttress what Rita said so that you know the psychology. Let me tell you this. There's a community called Nnewi in Anambra State. When they came back, because the parliament of the Igbo civilization is the market square. That's where, if you read Things Fall Apart, you see that's where we always come and take decisions. They gathered, they say, how do we rebuild our community? They said, we should be doing donation. Whoever can do, who would like to cut, you donate yourself, either to do anything. There's a man who read geography, was a lecturer investor of Ibadan before the war. He went back to use one Onyemelukwe from Nnewi. He went back to Ibadan. He had a Volkswagen Beetle because he went to Holland during the war. He wasn't in Nigeria. He went to Holland to do masters then, and he's remained there. So the small change he had, he bought a Beetle, Volkswagen. They made him the secretary for Nnewi Town Development. Every weekend, every month end, he will drive from Ibadan to Southeast to attend the meeting and see what they are going to do. The then Eastern State Commission Administrator, Obabia Sika, go on heard about it, federal government. Not that they want to do. They now said any community that want to do community development more, channel it through the governor. Whatever they realize will go through the governor. That was how that thing was stampeded till today. So that will tell you the psychology of the people. They were down and nobody to raise them up. It is just by the string of their shoes they were able to rise up. So what Rita is saying, but the thing is that we don't need to carry it to the next generation. That generation that fought the war and then came out of it, they were psychologically down. But they told us, please, my son, whatever you have to do, stand up and then fight for yourself. So this time, that's why when we are talking about what the hardship we faced in Nigeria, the psychology is clearing now. People are becoming emboldened. Unlike before, that time you don't even mention the word Biafra or say anything. People will look down on you. And then the press, Nigerian media was tilted against us, such that every discussion, these days people are now, because of Peter Obi's case, Haruna Goro said it, that they were taught to hate the Igbo man. He said it here when he came. He said they were taught, don't have anything to do with them, everything. Can you imagine after the war, putting this thing on the mind of people? So the psychology is there. You can't win a war. If you win the psychology of the people, if you turn their distance, then you start, because they start losing interest in themselves. That's why our leaders, those people you call leaders, we don't recognize them. And that is where the problem of Nnamdi Kanu started. He said, how can our leaders be here? Our people are being slaughtered. Fulani are messing us up and everything. Fulani hates men anyway. And they are not saying anything. You travel through you take Ozekome to write an article, Michael Ozekome, that the Southeast is under siege. Everywhere, checkpoint, collecting money from people. But we have governors. Why can't they protest and say no? But you will travel from Kafanchan down to Jos, from Jos to Bauchi, you won't see anything. Even if you travel from Ileife to Ilori, you won't see all this type of all this extortion. It's only in the Southeast. So that psychology, people were playing safe. Oh, I don't want anything. I want to play safe. But all those things are now history. History in the sense that this present generation don't want it. It is either they settle for this. The real agitation will come if they did not put Obi in there, because most people calm down because Obi is well loved everybody and he's so competent and he will do it. But if they fail it, you will see a different ball game. So Madam Rita, your analysis is spot on. I won't give you 100%, but at least a good 78, 80, you are quite right. The psychology is torturing. Even till today, when people look at it, he said, look, that's why some people will tell you, why really do we need to be in this country? They gave us the highest cutoff mark. Why? To punish us. We have a different distance. Do you know in TVC, this Babajide Kolado Titoju said it in Journalist Hangout, that Nigerian police cadets, when they pass out from Kaduna or wherever, they lobby to come to the Southeast. They lobby, say that they want to go there because that is where they extort money. They
You are
feel that
right.
they can. They feel, yes, no. Babajide said it. That's why I had it. That day I felt ashamed. This is, and the Ozekome
But
put
if I'm
it in
permitted,
writing.
CM,
Yes.
let me say
This is the
something.
disrespect I'm talking
See,
about. This is the disrespect of the
That is
Igbos.
that.
And that
That
is
is
why
it.
they are trampling on the esteem. And
That
people don't listen. People need to understand, especially the Igbos, because people are hyperly sensitive. When you want to call them or you tell them, oh, this is what I identify, this is where you are making a mistake. They just don't want to hear it. This generation of Igbos, if you people don't have an open mind to listen to other people who are not Igbo and telling you this is the way to go, this is how you can achieve it, you will see being the same cycle as Ojukwu, the same cycle as Nnamdi Kanu, what that man is facing right now. So that's why your strategy needs to change. And it starts from listening to people who are not Igbo that are telling you the truth. Because most of our Igbo brothers and sisters, they are traitors, just like the elder ones that Midwest Republic, you say we should respect. They don't deserve respect. And I know why the Igbo boys are not respecting the so-called elders. Because people like Otto Eze, look at what he was saying. Just look at some of the Igbo elders that we look up. Just look at what they've been doing over the years. Look at Kanu, the crime senator. Look at what he
So
said. It is not the son of
somebody
the.
is an
They are like our elders in Edo State too,
Listen,
and
guys,
everywhere.
somebody
listen to
is
me.
an elder only due to
Why would
age.
an
Apart
Igbo
from age,
senator,
nobody
See,
excuse me,
respects them.
Dr. CM, Dr. CM, please just kill
Madam,
this last time.
moderator,
No,
moderator, look at
please, just this
One
last
at a
time.
time, please. Let Sister Rita
Please.
finish, I beg.
Why do you think that a grown man who is a politician has influence and wealth like a senator, a governor, will say it is not the turn of the Igbo man, they should wait? What audacity will give such a person of the same extraction to say that? It means he doesn't know himself. He has not, he's subservient to the caliphate. He doesn't know himself. That he has to say from every time an electoral process come through, an Igbo person will have the audacity, the painful audacity to say that it is not our turn. Oh my goodness. That shows that the younger ones are looking at our brother that is even in the high position in the corridors of power is even telling us it's not our turn. He's afraid. That is the self-esteem I'm talking about. That you people
I
are not
know.
saying. What audacity with a Nigerian like you are not saying it's not our turn. Since Alex Okoye made time, I've been hearing that, and it's an Igbo person that will say it, a senator. Kanu said it now. Which other government? It's not Gwan Yuabi. What's his name? What's this with this traitor? What's his name? That's in this Agbado's government. He said it. Even this same man, Okorota, said it. It's not the turn of the Igbo.
We
How
know now.
dare somebody even say that? An Igbo man, after what they've
Yeah.
gone through, it means they have lost themselves. They have lost their
Yeah.
self-esteem, and it's transcending down to the younger generation. That is where I'm going at. And some people will tell me, "Insulting Igbo." You mean you don't have sense? You still don't have sense. What I'm saying? I've told you
I
one of my
know.
best friends is an Igbo woman. I can swear I can give her anything. She will do it. She's in Benin. She grew up in Benin. She went to the same school with me, and she got married. I went to Oka. I have even done a project in Umpo. If you have an Anambra State, you know how far that place is. So you cannot come and tell me now.
Okay, you've been
Yes,
to
I've
Okpo.
been there. It is a
That is
beautiful
that's
place. I was shocked at that. Oh my
Obieze
goodness, that
Obieze
place is a gorgeous
hometown.
place. Oh my
Very,
goodness.
very hilly and very
They
nice.
see,
posted me
Sister
to
Rita,
Abia State.
please let
So
me quickly through this one, and I
we
want
need to
to
learn a
quickly
lot of
answer
things.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you see, the thing is this, my brother. Yeah, we have been through a lot as far as that country is concerned. The history of the war have different version because it's a war that hurt all Nigeria, but it hurted the Igbos more than every other person. It's a war. Every party and everybody involved, they all pay the price. So that is a different thing. And again, we cannot continue to point. Thank God they are pointing to their leaders as well. We in Edo, as that my brother said, for you to tell me Fulani is my problem, I also have to look at my leaders as well. Our people are our problem. They are the real people. They have what it takes to say, look, this thing must change. But because of the way they structure the politics, we have a very huge vacuum. And that is what they are exploiting. Now, the second aspect of it is this. What the Southeasterners are crying for, a time is coming, the way I'm seeing that country, even a tribe that have the president will be crying, I want to go, if we continue like this. It's just a matter of time. And everybody need to be very, very careful and watch out. Pray to have a leader when that thing happens. That is why I use the Yoruba as an example. Thank God we narrowly escaped that very critical situation. Now, look, for example, if, things just split to different directions at that very moment, Edo Delta, we will not even have a leader that will stand for us. That's what it means. The Easterners will not have a leader that will stand for them because we were at a very, very critical situation. For example, the government launched an action and said, don't have what you want to have in the West. It will spread, it will create a very big problem. For me, I think we are still talking about how Kanu should be free. And this issue of Biafra as a country that is serious, the government should debate this issue.
Oga Midwest, sorry to talk. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
As Edo State, as it is now, do we have a leader?
We don't have.
That one has a different kettle of fish. Give
that one is a different thing. We don't have. Are we not exercising patience?
Are we going to Edo State?
A leader that uses his hand to sign 20%. Do you know what's called 20%? If Lucky Gbene don't give 20%, Oshomole gave out 20%, and this one gave out 20%, it means we have no land again, isn't it? My dear brother, we went through a lot of things.
we were able to endure. And I think the Easterners must also use what is called strategic patience and look for a way to approach this thing in a different way. Because sometimes the way they approach it, neighbors are becoming even critical about them more than the Nigeria that they are portraying. And now there is a vacuum of distrust within the entire South, ethnics and state and whatever. We don't trust ourselves anymore. And this is what other people are exploiting. So there are a lot of things, homework they have to do. And there are a lot of homework we as a people also have to do. So for me, first of all, let them release him and they should work out. There's no other people that can free him. He's still the same leader, this same leaders that we are talking about. And at the same time, they should try their best and debate this issue. Look at what is the real cause of this agitation. But I know corruption will not allow them to do it. But the way the country is growing, maybe before the end of this year, by the time what is it called? €1 or
All right,
£1
please let's hear from
is
new
2,000 naira. Then everybody will understand that yes, there is a big problem.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Let's hear from other people, please. Thank you. Now, don't capture this platform. You know, I'd like Mr. Chuks Obiboze, please talk to us. After you, then we'll go to Omoye's corner.
Okay, Chuks Obiboze don't they sleep.
Okay, you're not there right now. Okay,
Maybe,
Omoye's corner.
No, I
maybe.
did, but just go after the next person, please.
Okay, we'll come back
Yeah.
to you then. Okay, Omoye's corner, please talk to us. After you, I'll go to Engineer Chris if he's available. If not, we'll see if Madam Busybray is available as well. But Omoye's corner, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Elvis, and thanks to everyone on the panel. I have to say thank you to Dr. CM. You actually, brought the point home, by breaking it down the way you did, because, when Sister Rita, with high regards and respect for my darling Sister Rita, it wasn't clear. So, but I guess there was not enough time, because usually when you're on the platform, your time is limited, so you're not able to actually express it as much. But between you and her, what both of you shared, it makes a whole lot of sense. So I have to thank you guys for breaking it down and giving the historical aspect of it, so that every one of us that is listening, because me, I'm still learning from the history in Nigeria. Now, having said that, I want to quickly touch on this guy, this Edo State guy, this guy coming out to run for governor of Edo State. Wait, I don't understand. Now, APC side, now this one they come from. First of all, I want to understand, or PDP, which one be this one candidate? Now, APC candidate or PDP candidate? First of all, I beg person, if answer me.
Okay, the Agbonyem. I think it's PDP, Agbon. I think it's PDP. I
It's
think
PDP.
He has been swapping. He's a swapper. So we don't know whether PDP or
Now
APC.
PDP. It's
Okay,
PDP.
PDP
which
now.
one be
Okay.
swapper again? Which one be swapper again?
Okay, PDP by day, APC by night. Okay, PDAPC. All right. So it's just a shame. I'm actually very happy that he came out to expose himself so that everybody can hear him. This is the power of the Obidient movement. This is the power. This is the shift that is taking place. They asked this man a simple question. Hey, God, the man could not answer. That means he has not done his assignment. So all they've been doing is just rotation. Rotation as to who is capable of looting more money for the next 8 years, for the next person to take over. Hey, God, I beg you. Personally, for me, I understand the whole idea about rotation and all of that, but I do think that rotation is part of the problem that we have in the country. And I get it. We haven't gotten to the point, we haven't gotten to a place where, we, because of the way the politics has been done for a very long time, we haven't gotten to a place where people can just come out and say, I'm running for Edo State governor, regardless of what region you come from within the state, and it's fine. It's just a shame. You know, because if we keep doing rotation, what if, and I'm just throwing this, throwing this out there. I'm not saying that's how it's going to be. Or if someone comes out from a region and he's not viable, what happens in that case? Are we just going to go along because the person, oh, it's their region, it's the turn of this particular region, so there's nothing we can do? Is that what we're saying? Somebody can answer me when you have the time, but this is the question I have, because if a region, for instance, doesn't have a viable candidate, because right now I'm looking at everything about a person. It's not whether you can speak English very well, or it's not whether you can speak like, now you go all the school pass. No, it's much more than that. Do you have the heart of the people?
Yes.
Do you understand the history of the state that you want to run or you want to serve? Do you know every angle of that state? Do you know every village, every community? Do you understand the traditions and the culture and the rules of that community? That's what I want to understand. You know, so if you're coming and you're telling me that you want to run for the governor of a particular state, those are very important questions that you need to be able to explain or answer. If you cannot answer those questions, then of what use are you? You know, gone are the days, though, everybody is waking up now. Gone are the days where we'll just sleep and allow the worst of us take up the reins of leadership and start to run the state like it's their kitchen or it's their personal living room. We've all heard how much Edo State has been given and nothing has been done. In fact, the state is worse than it has ever been. It's almost like they took it back 100 years. So I have a problem with the rotation. And if I'm ignorant by saying that, forgive me. I'm just saying it is the best interest of the people that we should all be clamoring for. Not if the person comes from it. After all, why are we voting for Peter Obi? Peter Obi is not from my village. I get it. So somebody will say, yeah, he's running for presidency, national president. Somebody wants to say something. I'm hearing a noise in the background. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. I can
Okay.
hear you.
I'm hearing something. Okay. You know, so at the end of the day, for me, that's my take on that one. I would say that hopefully they write that guy off. He shouldn't even show up at all. If there's a ballot paper, as at this moment, he shouldn't even show up at all, because we have brilliant Edo indigents that are capable. We have like the likes of Alex. Alex is a historian. To be honest, I'm a bit biased. I have a lot of regards and respect for historians because they understand the lay of the land. They understand how it came to be. When you have a depth of understanding, and you know, history is something that you can catch up on. If you don't know, you can do your research, you can read about it if you're wanting to run for governor and come and address the people. It doesn't hurt. You should be able to speak the language to a great extent. You should be able to relate to the people on a human level. You should be able to share in the sufferings of the people. And you should be from that soil and live in that soil. Not live there during the week and then go somewhere else where you can jollof for the weekend. We're tired of that. We need to see visible changes in Edo State in every aspect of it. We have a state capital. The state capital is in disarray. It's like a village, you know. So we need to be very, very careful who we are choosing to align with. And are they going to come to Niger Watch? That's my other question. We need the candidates that want to run.
Of course,
Sorry,
they will come. They
need to, they need to show up and come and tell the people what they have in store for them, what they want to do. Now, a lot of people don't have jobs in Edo State. There are a lot of young, vibrant people in Edo State that do not have jobs. They've just recently increased the school fees. Make that make sense. How sensible is that? We need a visionary, somebody who can see beyond all of this crap and BS, and somebody that would protect the people from destruction. People's properties are not protected. Lives are not. Of what use are you as a governor if the life and the property of the people that you have chosen to serve, if they cannot protect it? Of what use are you? What role do you want to come and play? And when they're coming, people should ask tough questions, not fluffy softball questions, because this is the life and livelihood of people at stake here. We cannot continue to run our state as though it is one buka somewhere in the corner. That time is long gone. Peter Obi has opened everybody's eyes. And then I was making reference to Peter. Peter Obi is not from my village. He doesn't even come from maybe 20 miles from my village. But guess what? I'm right behind him because he has the vision. And he knows what to do. Isn't that what we should be clamoring for? I don't care if the man is from Esa West, Esa Central, Esa North, Esa wherever, right? Can you do the job? Do you understand the history of the people? Are you empathetic? Do you empathize with the suffering of the people? Are you from that land? You don't drink mud water before. You don't drink more, you don't fetch water from where liver may set overnight before you feel use a bath, drink. Have you done? Because this is what I want to know. What school did you go? What are your credentials? Can we go and verify? Thank you for Peter Obi. Can we go and verify? Is it verifiable? You say you go to school in America. Which school? Where for America? Because we know that they buy certificate for here too. You get classmates. Which school? So that we'll go meet the board, we'll go meet the admission office, ask them, do you know this person? He goes school. Wait till be the certificate. That's what we're talking, because see, time, we don't get the time again. Young people that are coming up every day. Imagine person already spent 8 years in Buhari's administration as a child. Please, which example that person, what did that person want to know about leadership in 8 years of Buhari? Now, doom and gloom, neither child of 8 years go no. So imagine, God forbid, another 8 years of this mayhem. That's 16 years. So that child is growing in dysfunction in 16 years. Do you know what destruction of 16 years will do to a child? Trauma that you don't even know. Identity crisis waiting to happen. Looking outside of themselves in order to understand who they are, instead of looking inwards. What plans do you have for education? What plans do you have for education? What are the palliatives you have for the people, knowing full well that petrol is 500 naira at the pump right now, 500 naira per liter, and people cannot move around anymore? What plans do you have? Do you have contact with the business people, with the companies? What plans do you have to bring more businesses into the state so that there'll be more job creation and so that people can work from home? We are now in a different world. People don't have to go to a building again to work. Matter of fact, people are leaving jobs in droves where they have to have them come into the office, where they can get better jobs, better paying jobs that would allow them work from anywhere in the world. So what excuse do you have? So as a governor coming in to Edo State, you have to be innovative. You have to be fast thinking, not just in words. I don't want you to bamboozle me with English, with your rhetorics. No, I want you to bamboozle me with the vision you have for our people. If I choose that, okay, I want to go to Edo State right now, I should be happy that I'm going because I know it will be secure. I shouldn't be afraid that I'm driving down the road and I'm not sure what's going to happen. You know, so for me, that man, I'm very happy he came out, put himself out there, and Rufai dismembered him online. I enjoyed every second of it. He came to make a complete fool of himself. We need them to come out like that, and we need them to come to Nigeria Watch, to come and talk to the Edo people directly and share their visions with us. And we need to know what plans they have. You know, I'm not going to touch on the Igbo thingy because I don't know as much as my respected elder brother and sister on the platform. So I'm going to rest on that one and I'm going to hold my peace right now. Thank you very much, my people.
Cousin.
You said it?
And your elder
Somebody
cousin.
said cousin. Somebody said cousin.
Oh, cousin. My
Now, those are,
cousins, my brothers, my
Black Panther.
sisters. Exactly.
Thank you.
Hildo,
Thank you very much, Amoyes Kona. God bless you. Okay. Engineer Chris, are you still with us? Okay. Not
please,
everybody that is here that is available. Madam Busy Breeze, are you there?
please, Niger, watch. This, I want to get something clear because sometimes, let me know before making any.
Okay.
In,
You
in
guys
Edo,
just
sta- in Edo
when you
State,
finish, please call on Mr. Chris. Please,
okay,
Chris.
please. In Edo State, are they strict? Is this strict? This rotation between zonal something is this strict or just because I know in some places it's not strict. Anybody can contest. Are they really? Is it strict in Edo
I
that
think Chris Dobley have knowledge on this. So Chris Dobley, are you there with us?
there's
Yeah.
no Chris? Okay,
Yes, I'm here.
okay,
Thank you.
Chris. Yeah, is anyway where you had you had what I'm asking.
No, to be honest, in all honesty, it's not strict. But
Okay.
for the purpose of ensuring a sense of belonging for everybody, I think, in my opinion, it is better that they maintain that system of rotation. You know, it's not strict, it's not written in black and white anywhere at all. But it's been a kind of gentleman arrangement between all the political parties in Edo State. And usually, what happens is that, you know, because the Benin speaking people, they are in the majority. So, you know, if you want to allow the election to keep running on the basis of the majority wins the vote, it means every time the Benis are going to be winning the election at every point in time. Because the votes coming from just three local governments, Oredo, Bubaka, and Igbo, only those three local governments alone, the vote coming from those three local governments is almost enough for you to win the election. But the problem will not be a problem of spread, which you can always get as long as you take your deputy from any of the other two senatorial zones, Edo Central or Edo North. And any person you pick from there will always be willing to be a deputy to the Benin man. But in my view, in all sense of sincerity, and like Omoye's Kona was trying to explain that, you know, the most competent person should be given the opportunity to serve. Yes, I agree with that. But we must understand that in every senatorial zone of the state, there is a competent person that can do the job, you know. So it's always good that we allow people, we just for equity and fairness, justice, equity, and fairness. I think they should have the system of rotation should be ought to be sustained because anyhow they do this thing, the Benin man is always somehow in the picture. No matter how you do it, it's either they are the governor or they are the deputy governor at every
okay,
point
I
in
mean,
time.
in that case, then that's fine. If we can get a viable, sorry for interjecting,
It's
Mr.
fine.
Chris, my apologies, my
It's
respected
fine.
elder brother. So, if we can get because that's my own concern, we need to get a viable candidate from any region that is coming from. Do you get sense? That's the question. You get sense? Do you have the good of the people at the core of who you are? That's what we need to see because we need to take this Edo State gubernatorial election, a governorship election coming up. We need to take them we need to take them very serious. Like say we dey go market, go make money every day. That's how it needs to be
That
because
serious fight too.
now serious
Yes.
fight we dey so because the changes wey need to happen for that Edo State not be here. E plenty. So thank you very much, Mr. Chris. You can continue.
Yes, even when we keep talking about this zoning, this other man that the our able king disgraced the other day, you know, he's not even supposed to be in the picture. Because if you are talking about a donut now, the donut is actually divided into two distinct groups. you have the part that's the Esako people and the other side, the Ora people. But the Esako people, that's the side Oshomole comes from, and the present deputy governor. So if you are talking about a donut, everything keeps going to the Oshomole side. It's only this man now that's benefiting. What is this man that's been penciled down for a ministerial position, Julius Ihonvary, who is also from the other section of Edo North. So if they talk about Edo North, people are just look at the Esako speaking part, that's Oshomole's part. That's the side going towards Abuja. There's another side that's going towards the Yoruba speaking area. Sabongida, Ura, Akoko, Edo,
Okay,
Afuze, and
Afuse the side.
yeah, all those other sides. That's a complete picture of the Edo North. And usually the senatorial position, they rotated between these two zones. And now it was even supposed to be the side of the Ora people, but Oshomole took the ticket and is now there. But you see, these are other micro subdivision of rotation, and which in all sincerity, I believe should be sustained. It should be maintained. Even the principle of the quota system at the national level now, the principle of having equal representation from every part of the country, it's supposed to be a good thing in the sense that the principle doesn't say you should bring any person from any region. No, it's a responsibility to bring the most competent people from those regions so that we all have equal representation. As for the man that they
So
interviewed,
sorry, Mr. Chris, before you move forward on that note that you just ended on, please, I hope you don't forget what you want to say next. I hope I didn't mess that up. So who is responsible for ensuring from every region, who's responsible for bringing in viable candidates?
it's
Are
supposed
Parties
there
now. I
people
think
that are assigned? Oh, sorry, go
political.
ahead.
I think
it's
political
supposed to,
parties.
that's the problem. It's supposed to be the party. It's supposed to be the hierarchy of the party. That's why we have all been clamoring that good people should take part in politics. Because if you have
Is
a
the
band,
leadership of the senatorial district that we propose before it goes to the
yeah,
party leaders.
exactly. So if you have a band of witches as members of political parties, nothing good is ever
Which,
going to come out.
please, Chris, which part of Edo State is Ogbemudi and Ambrose Ali? Which part?
Ambrose Ali is Edo Central. That's
Okay.
Esan Man. And Ambrose Ali,
Eh.
for example, his senatorial district, you see, Ambrose Ali's government was terminated by this so-called Buhari
Mm,
that just left.
mm,
And
the
after
coup.
his government, no Ishan Man, somebody from Edo Central, has occupied that position. Apart from Osarime Osumbo, who came in with a stolen mandate, and the mandate was eventually retrieved by the court and given to Oshomole. So Shomole finished his tenure. It was after Shomole's tenure, it was an Edo man from Edo South, Pius Odubu, that was his deputy. So after that tenure, Obaseki came in. Obaseki came in. Now another person from Edo North was now also Obaseki's deputy, also technically living out Edo Central. So you can imagine the problem there. So when Obaseki came in, technically it should have all equally be somebody from Edo Central that would have been his deputy, considering the fact that somebody from Edo North just left. You understand? But still, it was still somebody from Edo North that continued. And that person from Edo North also came from one section of Edo North, not even the other section. So this man that's even the deputy to Obaseki, in fairness, in all fairness, he shouldn't have been the deputy. No matter how you look at it, even if you are going to choose somebody from Edo North, they would have gone to the other parts of Edo North to get somebody. So the problem is that why is it that this kind of injustice keep repeating? It's because there are not enough good people with a mind of fairness in these political parties. Because if we leave this thing for these bands of politicians to continue, they'll just do whatever they want to do and they will get away with it. They will get away with it. This was part of the reason that made me to tell Mr. Niger was the other day, and I think Alex did also. that he shouldn't rule himself out. He shouldn't just say he's never going to be part of politics.
Chris, you know why I asked this question? Why I asked was, all of us here, we've identified talents. I mean, when we were saying, I remember the day they muted it to Niger Watch, I said, look, what you should tell people is, let me go and think about it. We are not telling
Yeah,
you to come back in a week's time or in a month's
yeah,
time or 2 months' time, but just say you are thinking about it. Why
exactly.
we will also be thinking about it. Why I'm asking is that, because why I ask you this question is that if it's not that, if it's loose from what you said now, if there's nothing like a clear rotation, it's just that
It's not
maybe for
written on stone.
that is
Yeah,
not clear. Unlike in my own state, Anambra now or Enugu is clear, so we know where the governor is coming from. So every political party goes to that zone to go and select or sort of identify a good talent. If that is the case, given the way it is, to be honest with you, again, this performance of this man that Rufai interviewed is so disgraceful. Anybody can do
CM,
better.
Oga CM,
Yes.
sorry to interject you. If we
Yeah.
say now, let's say for instance now, we say Niger Wash is in one party and wants to come out. It is now going to be banned under which senatorial district and under which zone he is coming from.
You see, that's why I was asking Chris, because it's not rigid. Because that's why I asked that question.
No, it's
Because
going
no,
to be rigid this time.
let
Oh,
me try and conclude. Let me
it's
try
going to
and
be
land.
rigid
I
this
know where
time.
we are all going to now.
no,
I was not talking
from
about
the
the
way.
issue of
Okay, well,
Niger Watch now. I was talking about the issue of so that he shouldn't say no. He shouldn't cast it in good, because these politicians, they are very smart. They will keep playing these records. We don't know what the future holds. You understand? Now, if for example, take for example, any political party now chooses to bring a complete moron from a supposed senatorial zone whose turn has come to produce the government. If you produce a moron, then it becomes your business. I cannot say because of equal representation, then I cover my eye to go and vote for a moron. It's not going to be possible. So even if you must bring somebody from your zone, the person has to be the best of all the candidates in that election cycle. For example, APC man is bringing a goat from Edo North. PDP is bringing another goat from their Edo Central, and Edo South is now bringing somebody more credible. So I cannot say because Edo South just finished, I'm not going to vote for Edo South. Rather, I'll be going for any of the senatorial zone whose turn has come. No, it doesn't work like that. So even if you are given an opportunity, the honors rest on you to present the best. Because if you don't, I'm sorry, I can't be a party to that. So that's why we keep all the options open. This man
That's
that
very sorry, Mr. Chris, because you're very knowledgeable. I really, really want to. Sorry if I'm taking you back. You said, or some of you said that it's up to the senatorial districts, right? They are supposed to scout out for candidates, right?
yes,
Is that correct? Okay.
yes.
So in that case, do we know who are? I mean, we have to have an idea of who the senators are and how viable they are to choose the right candidates. That's
That's the
another
thing.
thing,
That's
right?
the
Because
thing.
most of them are dubious and fraudulent, so they're gonna cut deals with the people that they want to present, so that when they get in, they can siphon money from them. So that's another angle that we need to pay attention to. Like, who is representing Edo North, Edo Central, Edo West, Edo, whatever is left, right? Who are the senatorial candidates there? And who are the people that they are projecting, so that we can,
Yeah,
Niger. Now,
yeah,
wow.
it's really complex. In Nigeria, it's really complex because it's usually the problem of ethnicity, tribe, and things like that. Because all these things they count. You can imagine in the United States when George Bush was the president, his brother was a governor in Texas.
oh yeah, Jeb Bush.
George Bush was a president. His brother was once a governor in Texas,
Mm.
and his brother was a governor in another state like that. You see, that's how these things ought to work.
Yeah,
That's exactly how they ought to
because
work. But
they've gone beyond the level we are
yeah,
now. You see,
You see,
the thing is that the thing is this, Chris. Yes, what I'm saying, I know probably from what we've analyzed, probably some people may say, no, we have to stick to zoning, which is still fair. If there's any, what I'm trying to say is that a challenge of a capable candidate from somewhere. Remember, we are saying about Obi, how Obi just sprang up. Do you know that? Let me use Obi as an example. If they had told the Ndi Igbo or Southeast, go and give us a candidate, to be honest with you, people will say it's now we have to choose and give to Nigerians. They can never mention Obi.
No,
Yes,
no,
because
never.
all this Ekwere
Lie,
Madu,
lie.
you see,
Hello,
thank you. All this
hello.
Ekwere Madu, Okorocha, Kanu, these Buccaneers. They will sit down before you know
Sorry,
it.
what did you call him? Is Okorocha Okoro Alpha? You have to call him properly.
Okoro is the
It's
prefix. You can
Okoro
put
Alpha.
anything. You can put anything behind Okoro anything. So you see, all these people, they will go in the midnight to go and tell the Fulani, oh, this person is planning this. They just go and levy one type of somebody like that will be no more. He say he will do this, it's all lies. Then before you know it, the people that say give us candidate will now tell you we reject this. We reject this. We can't campaign. Or if you mention Obi, say, I can't sell somebody like Obi in the north. No. I prefer Okorocha is what our people love. That is what they will do. But because of the fact that two main parties, PDP and APC, has done their magic, and then the abracadabra, Obi left. And before you know it, he went to unknown party. I mean, not really unknown, but a lesser party. And they felt that he wouldn't pose any difference. Then Obi came up with his type of politics that made people to say, look, this is the man, even if he's not giving us money. So I feel that somebody coming in, that's why I'm disappointed with this man that I interviewed. Even with if he hasn't learned anything in politics, the fact that he saw the way Obi campaigned and why can't he adopt that system? But he failed it. Probably he's not yet that savvy. So what I'm saying is that even if they will say in Edo State that it is this zone, it is the other zone, because that zoning something, there's advantage in it and there's a disadvantage because they can go there and prop up one mediocre and then say after all it's from that zone. Now we go. So he must have compromised before they even start. So something like what we are doing here, if one of us, the person, Nigeria will change mind and they say this, the fact that you came up with this type of Obi message and then first you know the facts, you won't campaign the traditional way they are doing it. Edo people will look back and say, look, this is like our own P2B internally, given the fact that most of them are obedient. They will go with you. I don't see it. And even if not, the other party will now be telling you, come to our party, come let us, so that you give them cover. But if you want to be the way it is, remember at the time they were telling Obi, return back to PDP, return to PDP, return and be VP to Atiku. He refused. So this is the issue. Going forward
Mr.
now,
CM,
yes, going forward, let the person get ready. I doesn't need a zone, just ignore zoning for now, because it may later, maybe the impression you are going to put up may even dissolve this zoning. People will say, nah, let's we leave this zone. If we don't do a zone now, this candidate, it will screen him out, and that is what we want. So something like that.
Mr. CM, I
Yes,
want to
please.
buttress your point and Oga that just spoke. You see, in state politics, there are factors. There are, I think, about 3 factors. We have 4 factors. We have the LGA, the local government, the what they call the other one, the smaller cell chairman. We have the LGA chairman. Then we have the senatorial district. Then we have the state chairman. These people, they are key into bringing about a formidable governorship in a state. Because if you leave one out, that one can sabotage. But if you hold the chairman, who is the general overseer of the party in the state, you hold him and is a man that sticks to his word, then you are going to have a formidable team like what you had in Labour Party. All the chairman was the leader, and he was somebody that was down and strict and wanted a formidable person. And somebody got to step down for Obina to drive home the narratives. That is it. The state politics is very, very tedious, very, they are very, corrupt, very, very corrupt. So if you have a formidable chairman that will stick to the ideology and the facet of what the state is, and you drive home your ideal into his heart, and you understand that you are not here for yourself, you are here for the Edo people. I think from there you can drive home the narrative, because you have to, page by page, what you want to do and how you are going to go about it. That is what the Edo people need now. How you are going to go about it, and how the history, the vast knowledge of the economic problem and vast knowledge of the educational problem. That is, education is very, very vital, and the roads. So we need somebody that will tell us how.
Black Panther, you are here now. So if our persuasion works, all of us will be here and help whoever get facts. Because before the person go out to campaign, we first of all do rehearsal with us. So let us know how you're going to, because there's no question any media in Nigeria could ask, we cannot trash here. We even helping craft good answers about how to handle it. So such that when you go out there, we say, yeah, this person is grounded. And then whatever you are asked, you already have it at your fingertips. You know the questions to expect, the challenges of the people. In fact, you should know everything inside out, the history of Edo, people living there, the geographical territory, the size, the population estimate that is good, the capabilities, the capacity, what the state could do, the problems, the environmental problem they are facing, political problem, anything in education, health, and the other social infrastructure. You should know all these things. Just if you are given 5 minutes, it's even too much. You read them out, and the solution, as you are saying it, is making sense. However, you also consider there is a gap that you want to do, and then any solution you are profiling must be feasible. We have to trash it, know the pros and cons in case they ask you, and you must not overpromise. You don't just go and exaggerate things. You don't just overpromise. You tell the people what you are going to do and where you are going to do it and why it is peculiar to them. When Obi was saying the vast agricultural land of the north, he never said agricultural land in the east or in the south. He was mentioning the north because when you look at it, he said that's where they have vast agricultural land. So when he says things like this, you know exactly, yes, he knows exactly where he's going. Why, and then this is what we want. To be honest with you, I would like, unless it's no more here, I would like the way we are saying it. Whoever picks up the challenge here, come to Nigeria Watch. We hear it's a school. We sit down, cross-examine the person, and not with intention to weigh him down, but to assess how far he knows, and then fill the gap in terms of knowledge, and then the way he goes. I know what Obi is saying. He must have some people around him. They study, they debate, they do this, so that when you see him articulating all these facts, you can really fault him. You know the economic and the what is it called, the asset base of Edo State, how much Edo can generate in a month. What is the IGR? How has it been managed? You know a lot of things. It doesn't mean that you must know it every day, but these are areas anyone we have to do rest. Get it, facts. You must be quoting figures and facts. And when you say it very well. Say, look, this is where we are. This is how I want to move us from 5 to 7. How? That too, that is in between. This is how I'm going to go about it. And you'll be convincing. When you are saying it like this, people are translating it to languages, telling people, doing everything. And above all, you appear simple in your disposition. Simple dressing, nothing, no gara, nothing. You control your
I think to
temperament,
me,
everything.
Mr.
Yeah?
Sien, sorry.
Yes.
To me,
Yeah.
I would, if I want to say, I want to speak with my heart, and
Yeah.
I need somebody who is going to bite
I've been at my
as a
own heart you for
speaker,
now my own heart you for use before. You use
As
your
a
heart, man.
speaker, as a speaker in the Edo State House of Assembly, I need a
Now let's.
speaker that will bite. Person like
Uh-huh.
Alex, that will
Uh-huh.
bite anything biteable.
Not
Because
even
But
if
House
you
of Reps. House of
but
Reps.
but
Unless you be in
Abemo na
Abuja.
let Mr. Chris finish. So the man never talk finish. Na just hijack am. Mr. Chris, Biko, carry go.
it's okay. It's a very interesting conversation. You know, the interjections are also good. It's just enriching the discourse. You know, Mr. Black Panther, the issue of becoming the speaker, I think that's long gone and dusted because you already have members in the House of Assembly. They've already done that election. So that's for that. But I still believe, and we were talking about the party structure. You see, that's why every person in power, every governor, they want to have a grasp of the party structure because once you hold the party structure, you control the party executive. It means every candidate you present as the governor are most likely going to get the party's tickets. So that is why you see Obaseki has been in and out of court until he finally won the party structure, the leadership. His own faction is now responsible for the party structure of PDP in Edo State. So that's why he is very relaxed. So everything is now under his total control. Then as for this man that they interviewed today, I don't even see him getting close to a DBA. There are so many things about that man that people don't even know. Like some years ago, he was involved in a major forgery. I remember somebody was trying to say that he schooled in the US. I think that was Midwest people who. It's not just him schooling in the US. Some people can go to US and they do all manner of things, different things there. You know, he was involved in a major document forgery that somebody used in getting a federal government employment. It was still these people, Arise TV, that they interviewed him. Then I watched that interview. Well, that's like 4 or 5 years ago. All those things are going to pop up as the game continues. Now, I don't even see anywhere that man will get close to becoming the governor of Edo State. You see, it is a situation like that that I'm looking at. Imagine if somebody like that was to be from Edo Central or Edo North, if they now had to bring that person out, okay, let's use Edo Central because it's Edo Central's turn to produce the next governor. If they bring out somebody like that from Edo Central, then definitely it means they just threw the ticket open for everybody because you don't expect me, somebody from Edo South, to be thinking of voting for somebody like that just because it's the turn of Edo Central. No, no, he can't fly. He will not fly. So that's why it is very crucial. The people of Edo Central, and I really like the way they are going about it. I really do like it because the elders, they came to see the Oba the other time and they spoke with the Oba and they made him see reason why the Oba should support them in their bid to produce a candidate. You know, and the Oba received them and he spoke, of course, always on top of his game. And he spoke like the royal father that he is. And those royal fathers from Edo Central now, they are beginning to tell the people from Edo Central, all the contestants, because at now they have over 19 people from Edo Central that are vying for that ticket. So they are beginning to talk to them to prune down the numbers so that they can get the best from the best of all the candidates from Edo Central. So that's just that by the wayside. I would just like to touch on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, you see, and the IPOB and Simon Ekpa and the rest. The way I see this whole thing, I think we are. I know if you discuss things like this, emotions are bound to overflow, but for me, let's look at it. You know, it is easy for everybody to be blaming the Southeasterners for what is going on in their region. But if you look at the reaction of the federal government to Boko Haram crisis, why are they not using that same reaction? Why are they not employing that kind of reaction in the Southeast? Why? Why are they not doing exactly that? Why are they Why are they just kind of compartmentalizing the Southeast and blaming them for everything that's happening? Whereas when this same thing is going on in every part of the nation, it is seen as a national problem. Why are they seeing this thing as a Southeastern problem? And concerning the statement that Nnamdi Kanu made earlier, saying that people should listen to Simon Ekpa, it was a different Simon Ekpa that Nnamdi Kanu told people to listen to. Simon Ekpa has since changed from that time to who he is. Now, it's just like when we supported Obaseki, there are videos and recordings where most of us said, let's vote for Obaseki. But I'm sure those kind of recordings, now we can never own up to those recordings again, because that's not the Obaseki we said people should vote for. It's just the same thing with Simon Ekpa. That's not the same Simon Ekpa Nnamdi Kanu said that they should vote for. Now I'm using the word we generically because I, for one, I never supported Obaseki right from time, because the way he came in during the first time is just exactly the way Obi came in into power during the first time. It was voter suppression, massive voter suppression. That was how Obaseki won his first tenure. So because of that, I just lost interest in him completely. So I'm just using that word we generically since he's now the governor there. And moreover, I belong to a platform that gave him real support during that time. So I have to be part and parcel of that responsibility. So that's just that. It right from day zero, I've always been against Obaseki. Always, 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 every time. Because it's very clear. You can see his antecedents. Somebody that has a checkered past, you don't expect anything good that's going to come out from him. It was clear. He was just locking. He was locking. He was locking in the dark, locking behind Oshomole. And Oshomole never saw the dark side of the man. And the man got to power and he became something else. And for me, I was never surprised. So the point I'm making, there are a lot of people that supported him, that made statements in favor of him then. But I'm very sure those people, they don't want to be associated with Obaseki again. And you can't keep using the support they gave Obaseki then to keep justifying that they are still supporting Obaseki. So having said that, I believe that the IPOP thing, the IPOB thing, we should look at 2019. 2019, let's remember that the IPOP, they said they were not ever going to take part in that election. But after persuasion, people talked to Nnamdi Kanu and he saw the need to allow the election to allow the Southeasterners to be part of that election. And he actually made a promulgation, I think 2 or 3 weeks to the election, that yes, IPOB, you guys can vote. So that's to tell you that this is somebody that knows exactly what he's doing. And it's strange if we just keep our eyes blind to the fact that we want to pretend that we don't know that what is happening today in the South is the federal government has a hand in it.
Of
Because
course.
if they don't, their reactions would have been very, very different. Their body language would have been different. This
That's
is the
true.
narrative the federal government has been pushing. And unfortunately, even people with good mind, we have all accepted the narrative that it is the problem of the Southeast. The Southeasterners, they are not patient enough. They are being rude. They are doing this. They are doing that. No, it's a narrative coming from the pit of hell, coming from the federal government of Nigeria. How can you tell me we are talking about this sit at home? They are buying people in the Southeast. Now, in the past 2 weeks, do we know the number of people that have been buying in Nasarawa and Plateau states?
Uh-huh.
Is more than the number, 100 of us, 100 Nigerians
It's true.
were buying in that North Central just days
They're,
ago.
they're really
And it
objective.
didn't make news. Nobody attributed it to the problem of the North Central people. Nobody said anything. I'm not trying to justify the,
It's
the,
true,
the
yeah.
evil that's going on. But if you compare both of them, put them on a scale, and you can see that even the atrocity going on currently in the Southeast, which is even justifiable, you can't even compare it to the number of people we have lost in Plateau and Nasarawa State in just these few days. And nobody, who are they going to blame for all those? Who are they blaming? Nobody. Can they,
You
in
know,
all honesty, tell me that the number of people we are losing in the Southeast is more than the number of people that we are losing in every other part of the country? We know the number of people we have lost. How come they are not glamorizing these people, this level of destruction in other parts of the country? But everybody is concerned about what is going on in the Southeast. They want to use it, they are tying it to IPOP to discredit that region, to further paint that region and keep them in the light, to further make it clear why it will not be wise to allow power to go to that region. So, in my view, whatever is happening, yes, it's happening there. But then we have to see the hand of the federal government in this whole thing. The hand of the federal government is there. If not, their reaction would have been different. It's just a case, the way the federal government is reacting is like, now, problem, now, no, wanna do it, you now want do, una see una self now. That is the reaction, which is very poor. There is there's criminality going on in every part of the country. And the ones going on in the south is not worse than what is going on in other parts of the country. It's not at all. So they should not separate that. They shouldn't separate that and start using that to kind of discrediting power coming to the southeast, or trying to use that to kind of discredit whatever movement is going on. And the ESN, we all know the origin of the ESN. It was when these people in the southwest, they created their own, what's that, Amotekun. Then
Amoteku.
people started telling the Southeast to take action. They were food dragging, food dragging, food dragging, food dragging, food dragging. It was at the dead end that the ESN, Nnamdi Kanu rose up and he created the ESN. He created the ESN. So that's just the origin of the ESN. Of course, there has been infiltrations. There have been
You
infiltrations
know,
in the ranks of this organization. So, in conclusion, I just want to believe that whatever is going on in the South is they sit at home or whatever it's called, it's roundly condemnable. It's
yes.
condemnable. It's affecting the economy and the life, the social, everything of the people in the Southeast. But we must not be oblivion of the fact that the federal government is not part of it. We must keep that in mind, that there are other forces, external forces that has truncated that sit at home move. There are definitely external forces. We are talking about destruction of the which economy of which part of the country that you don't have ESN, that the economy is not destroyed. Is it ESN or the IPOP sit at home that's destroying everything happening all over Nigeria? Of course not. But the truth is that that shouldn't be enough excuse to preach or to support the sit at home movement in the Southeast. No, it's not. But the only thing the Southeasterners should have to realize is that they have to be twice as good than every other region in the country because they already have a tag to themselves. So because of that, they have to tread carefully. And that's the wisdom Peter Obi exudes in everything he does. In everything he does, he exudes wisdom because he knows how he's already being looked at. He already knows that. So there are so many things he could have done that he's just keeping quiet. People think that the man is too gentle, is too cool. Go and listen to his speech again in Chatham House, then you know the kind of person he is. You know that he's brave, he's courageous to the last cell, to the last drop of blood in his body. He's very, very courageous because it was in Chatham House he made that famous statement of destroying the structure of criminality, the structure of election rigging, and things like that. So, in general, brothers and sisters, I think that we have to look beyond the shenanigans of the federal government. We must take that into account in discussing whatever is going on today in the southeastern region of the country. That's just my submission.
Well, it's quite a very, a very informed this thing you made. You see, the thing is, to be honest with you, if not, that's why where I blame, in fact, the blame first goes to those people that say it's the governor in the southeast. This thing shouldn't have been. Nnamdi Kanu was trying to use it to draw attention to the deplorable condition of the people because the governors are incapable. They are not saying it. That's what he want to do. And that's why when they ask him, what actually do we do? He listed, said, let's see evidence that all these things are happening such that the economic viability of the Southeast and by extension the South will be ensured. All those things. What he listed, he never said, give me money or do this for me. He said, let us do this, remove all these checkpoints. But the governors, look at where Ekweremadu is now. These are the people that caused most of those things. They didn't. They said he must step down. They said no. He said, I can't stop this agitation until I see evidence that they're suffering. You know, in Radio Biafra, if you listen to Radio Biafra, people phone from different parts of the South telling him what is happening on the ground. Some they post videos. Now they kind of will say, look at our place. Our governors are not doing anything because the Fulanis are controlling them. The Fulani government of Buhari, they are afraid to say something and their people are dying. Say it can't continue. At a time, he was giving orders and they say he's disobeying people, the leader. There's no leader. There is none. That is what our
Dr.
people must
Phil,
know. Yes, please.
yeah, I don't know if somebody can enlighten me. I haven't heard from Uwazurike. I think he's the leader of the Masob. All of a sudden,
Okay.
Masob is silent. What is going on with
Okay.
that?
Okay. Owazurike was, you know what happened was, Owazurike started his agitation, but during Obasanjo's time, which is for noble reasons, so to speak, marginalization. We are not getting any fair deal. Okay. He was called. He wasn't there because her own was deception. He was giving money, sort of. He was bought over. He kept quiet. That's why he doesn't talk. Nnamdi Kanu refused money. Personally, to him, he said no. He said if they do this next time, me because why I'm saying this is that most people do not know that there's a meeting. All this there's a meeting between Nnamdi Kanu as a leader of IPOB and the southern politicians and southern governors. I mean southeast governors in Enugu, September 2017. Most people didn't know. I mentioned names who are there. Nnamdi Kanu told them, say, look, all these things, they go and tell them at Abuja. If you feel that Biafra and the federal government, tell them at Abuja that this is what we want in our region. Then they were planning this railway. You see, they put, if you want to enjoy railway now, train is from Lagos to Ibadan to Abeokuta. I mean, Lagos to Abeokuta, Ibadan. Then you continue to, nothing in this east. Nothing. Nnamdi Kanu was pointing all this. He said, if I see evidence they are doing it, work the way they are working, then we can now say, okay, we belong. He said, look at all the checkpoints in the southeast. Do you know, if you have email, I can send it to you. The checkpoint from Lagos toll gate through Biniore Road up till Head Bridge at Onisha, they are either 60, 61 checkpoints. In some, you see army, you see navy, you see road safety. In some, you see only police everywhere. So people say, look at everywhere is crumbled. Why can't they? Okay, if you then come to the east, immediately you pass Niger Bridge heading to Aba, everywhere. Ozekome, what made Professor Mike Ozekome to write a newspaper article published? Say Southeast is under siege. You've never seen this type of thing in Nigeria.
Dr.
Every check,
CM,
yes,
I'm
please.
sorry I have to interrupt because I am still standing by what I say, and I'm saying it in referring to some persons in the comment section, like the one Mr. I don't know as a Mr. or Miss or I don't know, Onye. I'm going to still repeat it again. The self-esteem of majority, 95% of the Igbos, is why they are getting a lot of jabs from all sorts of people across the country, which is not right. Until the Igbos who are not willing to open their mind. Listen, you have to have an open mind to learn. Peter the Rockobi says, it is only a foolish man that thinks that he knows it all. Or it's only a foolish man that thinks that the opinion of others don't matter. So therefore, I am still repeating it. And the more I keep on repeating, I think that is when it actually sinks into the minds of the people who are thinking that I don't have interest for the Igbo people or I don't know what I'm saying. I am very coordinated. I know what I'm saying. Dr. CM, you just said something about Chief Mike Ozekomen, SAN.
Yeah.
Does it have to take Chief Mike Ozekome, who is not even from the eastern part of Nigeria, to stand up and tell the history and Kaduna Nzogu, and he listed all the people who were part of the 1966
Exactly.
coup, does he have to take somebody from the South to make that statement? This is where I'm pinpointing at, and many people
I
don't want
know.
to get it.
No,
Does
I
it
know.
have
I
to take?
know.
It has to come from your home.
I
This thing,
know.
Well,
it has to come from. That is why people are just keep. And I get so angry when they say, "Oh, is the Igbo man is this? Oh, the Igbo man is that? Oh, you cannot trust the Igbo. The Igbos are the." Let me tell you, the Igbos are natural entrepreneurs. Haven't it occurred to you that when an Igbo man goes anywhere in the world, he succeeds. It doesn't matter if it's business or education. At some point, he succeeds. But there's a missing link to that success, which he hasn't tapped into. And in most cases, most of the time, when he succeeds, it's outside his land. It means that there's something fundamentally hidden, that is silent, that hasn't resurrected yet. And that's why I'm using the word self-esteem. It hasn't risen up. When it comes to them talking about standing up to the federal government, for example, or having leaders that can say, I am standing here, I am going to talk about the war, I'm going to talk about the 1966 school, I'm going to set the records straight. These are the records. I dare anybody to tell me that what I'm saying is a lie. I haven't seen any brave evil man that has come up now in this my generation to stand up and say it. I
It's
yes,
haven't.
only.
It is coming
It's only
from
Nnamdi
it
Kanu.
is
It's only
coming from
Nnamdi.
people who are
Nnamdi.
not Igbo. And
It's
if
that
I
only
is
can,
what and that is
Nnamdi
what
Kanu said
I'm
it.
trying to
yes,
yes and I'm that is what I'm trying to preach, to get into the medulla oblongata of a lot of Igbo people's brain. Right now, people's brain are just focused on what that's Mr. Google and Ekpa Fila is saying, or what Nnamdi Kanu have said in the past. They just focus on that mantra,
Mm.
forgetting. I repeat,
And
forgetting.
exactly.
We are moving. Excuse
yeah,
me, sir.
but
Excuse me,
if I
sir. We
can
are
just
evolving.
if I
We are
can just jump
evolving.
in.
No, excuse me, sir. I don't want to lose my train of thoughts. Please, with all due respect. We are evolving. And you have to evolve with the time. You have to evolve in such a way that you know how to get to the top where these wicked people that have made Nigerians like me and you inherit this bad mantra about the Igbo man. We are not evolving. We are still thinking of 1966, or we are still thinking of, we're in 2023, right? This is July. Many people are seeing the time of when Nnamdi Kanu started this thing in UK. Their mind, they don't know that things have moved ahead. In fact, Nnamdi Kanu, I can bet that his ways of thinking, he has evolved in his thinking. So,
Yes.
and many people are still 5, 6 years back. They haven't evolved. So when people like me come here, or other people are talking, they're still not getting it. Their brain is set to 5 years ago or 6 years ago when Nnamdi Kanu was talking. Their brain is still set back. They're not thinking, and that is why we are stuck here. Because take it or leave it. There's an old Chinese adage that says, when you hold a man down, I don't know if it's Chinese or something, when you hold a man down, you think you're actually imprisoning
Yeah.
yourself. And
Exactly.
Nigeria is
Yeah.
going to be imprisoned by holding down Nnamdi Kanu. And
Do you know?
until the Igbo man evolves in his
Do
thinking,
you know?
not 5 years ago, in his thinking now, present day, how are we going to get this? What are the things that we need to change? How are we going to address issues? These ESN issues, this MASOB, okay, our leaders who are betraying us, how are we going to handle it? We are not going to put our people down because we want Nnamdi Kanu. That is not the way to go, because you know what? It's been happening. Stay at home order has been happening. What result have you gotten? Nigeria has moved on. You have not gotten any result. So if you're not getting a result, then what are you creating? Then that means you're not learning anything. I mean, when you learn from your mistakes, it means that you're going to get better. That is how you grow. But this stagnant way of thinking, and anybody who is not Igbo, who is not in support of your 5 years ago mentality, the person is bad, or the person doesn't know what they are saying. And that is why you are still stuck. I can bet $1 million now. Anybody who is using this same mantra of 5 years ago, and you are continuing to use it in the next 10 years time, you will still be where you are, even worse than where you are. But the thing is, it's paining me because these people don't deserve it. It's paining me because I can see the potential of what the Igbo man can do. The Nigeria of in the next 50 years time, many of us might not even be alive. But what I'm envisioning is like, oh my God, it's not really going to be about tribe. The Igbo man, the Bini man, the Ibibio man, the Benue man, Kanuri, everybody is putting somebody as president. We're not even looking at tribe or region anymore. Or even if we're not even one Nigeria again, Let us go back to a regional system of government. Perhaps things will get better. Perhaps respect will come. Perhaps healing will come. But I am still preponing. I'm not going to leave that subject. I'm not going to leave it and talk about it. I'm not going to leave it and say, okay, I've said it. No, I'm still going to be preaching it. Start working on the self-esteem, but evolve yourself. Nnamdi Kanu's approach did not work. Ojuku's approach did not work. Alese Kweme's approach did not work. So therefore, find a way that would work, because you have to evolve. Take it or leave it. The caliphate.
Madam Rita, I beg to
Please.
interject you here, please.
Go ahead, sir.
You see, it is not on your own prerogative that you will say Nnamdi Kanu stuff is not working. Because I don't want you to blow that narrative. See, in a revolutionary
how have the Igbo people, how have
just
Nigerians
listen
grown?
to me.
Not
Just
the
listen
Igbo
to
now.
me. When you are undergoing a revolutionary activities itself, you are not perfect, but you are going on a template, and that template might not be the template you want. The template that was taken yesteryears might not be the template you are going to take now. The template Nnamdi Kanu is taking now, nobody has taken that same template. It is different from the template they took before, and now he's not preaching about war, but he wants to say what they believe in, and this is what they want. He's not going on the other template. So they have evolved. On
Mr.
that
Victor,
premises,
let
they have
us not kid
evolved.
ourselves.
So
Mr. Victor.
you don't stick on one particular thing. You don't holistically categorize
Mr.
it like
Victor.
that. No.
I
I must say, I
We,
understand what you're saying.
you are
I understand what
ignoring a
you're
lot
saying.
of stuff.
But
You are
when you
talking on the
bring in,
surface, sir.
I'm not talking on the surface. This issue, we are not even here to go deep. If we go deep now, many of us will be
I
missing.
want to go deep, and that is the
You
thing
will be
I'm
missing
touching, and it's
because you need
affecting
to
people.
go and, you know what? If you go deep, you yourself, you'll be missing because you need to go deep and learn the history itself.
Oh
And
my
get it
goodness.
into you so that
Oh my
you'll be sort of, you soak
Do you
yourself
know
inside
how?
and you not see it
Excuse me,
from
sir.
different angles.
How did Nnamdi Kanu start? How did Nnamdi Kanu start? How did Nnamdi Kanu start?
I am telling you that
How did he
Nnamdi
start?
Kanu template is different.
That
He's
is
going
what
about it differently.
Excuse me, sir. You need to listen. How did Nnamdi
I
Kanu
don't
start?
see where you can just categorize a
Nnamdi
whole race
Kanu
that they are
started
not
in a
going
violent
differently.
way.
It's
Listen,
wrong. It's
Nnamdi
wrong.
Kanu, listen, we are all Nigerians. We have all seen most of the videos. Nnamdi
It's very,
Kanu
very
did
wrong.
not start the way you are talking now. How am I wrong? He started
You
in
are
a
wrong.
violent way, but when he now stop, how am I wrong? Explain
You
to
are
me
wrong.
I'm
He's
wrong.
not going that. He's having a new
Explain.
template, and the template you don't even understand
He
it.
has evolved. Oh my goodness. Nnamdi Kanu did not start the way he is now. That's not how he started in the beginning. And that is the evolving I'm talking about. So
See,
how am
let
I
me tell you
wrong?
one thing.
No, how am I wrong? You
Kanu
need to
made
be
a
specific.
statement.
So we're educating people here.
Let me tell you how you are wrong. Nnamdi Kanu made a statement, and we don't know what has gone within Nnamdi Kanu and this other man
Where
that is
and when
speaking
did
from
he make the
Finland.
statement? Nnamdi
He
Kanu
made
made the
a
statement.
statement. They
When
played
did he
it
make
here.
it and where?
They played it here in Niger Watch.
When did he make that statement? The year and the time. Where did he make
Go
it?
and research on it.
Go and research
on it. I don't want you to take me
I'm
back.
asking
Just
you a
go
question.
and research on it.
No,
You got
Mr.
to
Victor.
follow. I have been following. Look, wait,
Mr. Victor,
madam,
I just asked you a question,
You got to
and you
listen to
haven't given me an
somebody.
answer, yet you are judging me.
Madam, you got to listen to someone. If you read, there are some revolutionary book you got to go and understudy and see how people fight and get their freedom. You cannot equally say.
I read a lot of books. I read as far as Che Guevara. So please don't tell me that I need to go and read revolutionary books.
Yes,
I read a lot. I know what I'm talking about, sir. So please don't even go there. Let's not go to
say
history.
here is that
please,
we need to understudy what the man called Nnamdi Kanu and how he's going about what he's doing. We cannot just come here and just tell him and say this. They should go about it this way. Your way might not work. You are fighting a cold war called Gorilla Cold War.
what I gave was an advice, but the way you are presenting it is as if
We know
I
it's
am
an
I am
advice. Most
telling,
people are attacking you online now.
because they haven't evolved in their thinking. Their thinking
Don't
is
say
too
that. Don't
childish. They go
say that. Their
thinking.
understanding is different.
No,
Their
no. See,
understanding
No,
is different.
Excuse me, sir.
Madam
Mr.
Rita,
Victor.
sorry, respect. No, Madam Rita. See, the way you, let me just say this. It's the way you're presenting it. It's like you're using a broad brush to paint
That
everyone.
is what I'm saying.
Sometimes when we're talking, right, and I know everybody's heated, even me, I'm heated sometimes, so I'm guilty. But when you're trying, because I'm learning, guys have to understand, I'm also learning from everyone here. That's why I deferred from speaking on it. But when you were talking, it was like you were using a broad brush to paint all of them. And we have to understand, and like I put it in the private comment, sometimes we can't know these stories better than those people that are directly affected by it. That's one thing we have to understand. So even though we are trying to learn, let's also be very careful in our generalizations or submission. When you made your point earlier, Sister Rita, I did not understand it because of the way you said it, right? So everybody was like, for me, I felt like, wait, I don't understand what that meant. But when Professor CM came in and broke it
I'm not a
down and
professor.
brought up, okay, Dr. CM, sorry, you sound like a professor sometimes, and brought in some historical connection, it now made sense. Everybody different. Now night school I go, for instance. So sometimes my understanding not the kicking like
Error.
that.
Nice
You
to
understand? With you,
We,
with you
Na lie.
Sister
apologies.
Omoye,
Na
Sister
lie. Na
Omoye,
lie.
Sister
Na
Sir,
Omoye.
lie.
sir,
Let me just
sir.
let me
Can
just
I
talk
give
to
a
you now.
different view?
Let me
Can
just
I
say
give a
something to you
different
now.
view, please? Just
Sorry,
one
Okay,
just
minute.
quick,
1 minute.
Mr. Black Panther, 1 minute so that Mr. Chris go talk. Abemo na no
Okay,
verse. We
Just
Point
don't,
of
una
one
don't dey
minute.
correction.
talk since.
I
Uh-huh.
think, I think, in all honesty, I align with the first part of the presentation that Madam Rita gave. She has been consistently saying something. I think it's the way people are seeing what she has been saying. She's been hammering on this self-esteem. And she gave an example that it has to take an Ozekome to come out to say the story of what actually happened. Madam Oye, just like you just finished saying that the people that are involved, they are the people that are supposed to be saying these things the way it actually happened. I think what Madam Rita is saying is that the leaders in the southeast, or whoever is responsible, the gatekeepers in the southeast, they've not found their voices to be able to stand up and talk to Nigerians what actually happened during the Civil War. But rather, the leaders, the politicians, they are just cowering themselves under the influence of that Civil War, and they are still using that attitude to relate with especially the Fulanis. They are using that attitude to relate with the other people in the north, trying to make them understand that, look, we are not going to start another civil war. Please give us the opportunity to rule. Please give us the opportunity, give us something from the national cake. Rather, they ought to have grown over that thing that happened. They ought to be proud, just like the Benin. The average Benima is proud of all the wars that the Benin fought. You see, anytime we are talking about the war we fought with the British, we say it with our full chest. I think that's the angle Madam Rita is looking at it from. The average Eastern politician shouldn't see that civil war as a disadvantage. Rather, they should take it with all honor and own it and say the story the way it actually happened, instead of just hiding cap in hand to one section of the country, begging them. Look at the likes of the Okoro Charles, the old Jews of Kalu, with all their money, with everything they have, they can't still speak up. They are hiding under the umbrella of the northern oligarchs. So I think the self-esteem thing is very, very crucial. It is important for the politicians to own up, to be able to say this story the way it happened. They have to the way it happened. Sorry, they have to grow. They have to grow above what happened during the Civil War. It's something they should say. They should say. They should grow beyond whatever it
Whose
is
phone
that
is on?
happened
Who's
then.
who's not on mute? Mr. Black Panther, can you mute for a second? Because we're
So I
getting
think
you. We are
to
washing
me,
your hand and all.
yeah. So to
Oh,
me, I believe not until people see
what do they call it, the golden line in what Madam Rita is saying, apart from the way she has presented it. Personally, I listen to her and I can hardly see anything wrong with what she has said. It might just be what will I say it now? How will I say it? Might just be a matter of compilation.
Perception, the way
Perception, yeah, a
everybody
matter of
perceives things
compilation.
differently.
Because she is actually advocating for the Southeasterners. That's the way, that's what I can make from what she's saying. She's advocating for these guys.
I guess I just bring it out raw, and then
Yeah.
people just look at the rawness and like, oh my god, what she's saying. Maybe I probably need to have
Exactly.
broken it
Thank you very
down.
much, Sister Rita. Yes.
Because for me, the way I explain, like, can't you just get it? Like, how hard is that? We've lived for so long in
No,
Nigeria.
no.
We've
The
lived for
thing
so
is,
long. We've seen so many injustices. How can
there,
you not just get it that this is something you are missing?
Madam Rita, let me put this. Let me also put this out. We know Nigeria is made up of. It's a nation. It's a country of different nations. We know this. No, it's a fact. But one thing we must know is that every nation has got its own experience about Nigeria. If you ask Ogoni man his Ogoni experience, they will tell you that will be different from the experience the Bachama is having, different from the experience of the maybe Igede TV, Igbo, even Ishekiri, Bini, Yoruba. So why I'm saying this is that you know the ordinarily when we say a country of according to Professor Nigo Tite, more than is it not 300? Okay, let's just say 300 ethnic groups, and one or maybe two want to exist. Say they don't want to become Nigeria. I mean, you can say out of 374, if two should go or three, we can do with the rest, and which is true, but they don't want. Was it somebody or Basic? I used to I like listening to him. One Dr. Pedro. He married and somebody from Abia State. He understands most of our plight Igbos. He said the Igbo man is the cement holding Nigeria. Cement not because of the fact that they want to, but the Fulani ruling class feel that if you allow Igbo man go, Yoruba man will like to go. Edo, Delta, this thing, they will all scatter. And the Fulani, according to Pat Utomi, they told him that why they are so hell bent that Nigeria must be together by force. Pat Utomi is saying this is because they know that they Fulani are not indigenous to Nigeria. That if you see Yoruba man in Kanu, he will tell you, I'm going back. He's going to Ileife. You see Bini man maybe in Medugri. He tells you that I know where I'm coming from. He has their kingdom. Same with Igbo and they, but Fulani nowhere. They supplanted the houses. So it is in their own interest for Nigeria to remain like this so that they will have a base. But for them to allow Igbo to go, even with all the distance, okay, go, we don't want to. The moment they say it, Yoruba cannot remain with them. Ijo cannot remain with them. So they will decide, everybody will go. It doesn't matter whether these people later go and unite and become one country, but they will lose out. So the only thing to do is to make sure they hold Igbo man down and then twist everything against them, marginalize them, make them sort of keep quiet so that they can have their way. Mind you, in Nigerian politics, let's just say, I'm not trying to, though they are they say three major ethnic groups because of the population. If out of three people, the only way you can have your way is if you align with one, then you put the other one at a disadvantage so that two of you will enjoy. The moment you say those two of you enjoying, you fail to do it the way it should be, and one of them mingles with the other one, then you lose. Remember, people used to say that the day Yoruba and Igbo say they unite like this and say they must, say Fulani will stop ruling. Somebody has said it. Haruna Goro came here to say that they were told that he said the Fulanis always tell the Yoruba, don't worry, you will benefit. It's better you cooperate with us. Let's do this. So that has been the system. So to the extent that does not distract from the low esteem, Rita is saying, I know what I call it psychological torture of the war, and people feel that they can't help themselves. Mind you, after the war, when you don't have anything, you have to think on how to survive first. So the Igbos have built their resources and their enterprise to the extent they are now challenging. People say they are the richest tribe in Nigeria in terms of wealth, education. They've come up again. So they are now feel that this is the time for us to reassert our destiny. That's why you see all this resurgence. That is a historical factor. It's not that they when they promise us reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation between 1970 and 80, you have nothing now. You came out of the war, you're only trying to regroup, do whatever. So even if whatever you are giving, you take. But now that you've built your own self, I mean, with your resources, most of the things you do it yourself, then you've come off a stage. You are now saying, look, it's either we have it now or we go our separate ways. So that's what Nnamdi Kanu was saying. So that's what I want people to know, that what they are trying to do with the Fulani or the oligarchs are trying to hold Ndi Igbo down, it's not because of the fact that deliberately the hatred is so much. It's a strategy to make sure that if you allow these people to agitate and go, you are not sure of the rest, they will go. Remember, that is an opportunity. So that is what they are doing. We know it. So that's why some people said this is now their spelt. They are now sort of at a road that if you don't allow them to take their leadership, thank God Obi came out, not unlike all these pretenders we've been having. In fact, apart from Ekwueme, any other Igbo presidential candidate or Ojukwu when he contested was just like a pretender. All those people that we shout, later they go home. So apart from Obi, and surprisingly, I must have to confess this, when Obi came out initially, some of us did not give him that chance because we feel not because he can perform, we know he's good. He will do. He will even far better than we expect. But we said the fact that Igbo man come out, they say, Igbo. When he come now, he go start civil war. He go, that's what they call propaganda. They use to poison the mind of the people. Haruna Goro said it here. We didn't know. He said this was what they were telling them. Do you know because of this obese campaign, a lot of people has been confessing about what they were told about Igbos. Give us our mandate, one day said it here. So when he was coming out, we said, okay, let him try, but failing it, if they don't want to do it, then the present youth won't take it lying low. Luckily for us, the whole Nigerians, at least a great majority of them, adopted Obi. The day Obi went to see the Otaru of Auchi and everything, it was in the night he came to Ring Road. People were, do you know we discussed it somewhere? He said they waited. People since morning waiting for Obi. He went to Warri, spoke area, yeah, area, yeah. People say, now, wow, I can't believe this. So the acceptance was so overwhelming that people now said, look, Nigeria is this is the time. If they fail to unite to give this man this mandate, therefore nobody can blame anybody anymore. Even those people that do not, Ndi Igbo that do not believe in breakup or Biafra, are not having a rethink. They said, what else do we want? Because people will tell them, say, what else do you want? We said we want to go. You people tell us to keep quiet. Now Obi came out. Our vote did not make Obi president. The whole of South, everybody adopted him. Now, what else do you want? So if they can't do it, so that thing is that the game they don't know at a point. Remember, it's 60 years after independence, more than 50 years after the after the Civil War. Yet we are still being treated like this. Not really because they don't know. The strategy of doing what they are doing to Ndiwa make them good is that they want it to the rest of the country to hate them, to see all the bad things, everything they say Igbo, Igbo, Igbo. By doing that, that unity they used to fight the war, in peacetime, they still want that unity to be so that they feel like, okay, after marginalizing in the Igbo, are the rest of the country better? They are not. If they had marginalized in the Igbo and then they developed everywhere as Dorado, people will understand. But they feel that this is the only people that if you give them chance and they agitate and leave, the whole country will go. Because if the Fulanis or the people ruling Nigeria are rest assured that okay, if the southeast will go, we only know that the rest will become Nigeria. If they have that cast iron guarantee, they will do it tomorrow. But the Fulani, because they are not indigenous tribe to Nigeria, that is why all these things are happening. So because of that, things will still continue the way they are doing. Things will continue like this unless Obi comes in. But in their own interest, they forgot that Obi coming in will help. That unity they want, that Nigeria they want to prosper, is this man that will bring it, or somebody from that side. But in their own selfish interest, and they feel that given what these people have suffered, they won't forgive us. So it's better not to allow them. I give an example. When Alex Ekwueme was called by Babangida for a meeting, it's in his memoirs, From State House to Kirikiri. They called him, they say, you are the front runner. That was 1998, stroke early 1998 towards Christmas. He said, you are the front runner. But what we want is, what are you going to do? What is your plan? Are you good? Because we know the military punished you. Ekwueme put it down in his book. He said, what are you going to do with the military? Ekwueme said, I will be so busy to rebuild. He said, there's a job for everybody to do. That the years of the locust has gone, but they will be recovered. We have a lot to do. They weren't convinced, because when they toppled him, to tell you personally, when they toppled Ekwueme and Shagari was under house arrest in his house. Ekwueme was in prison, VP. Can you do that? They know. Fela say, motor get accident, they leave driver, go carry conductor. Who they drive car? So that's what Fela said. So they know all this. They feel that the man is bitter. But Ekwueme told them no. Now they called that meeting again. They finished it at Agora Hotel, Abuja. They called the meeting, postponed, sort of said we'd continue. Next time, the meeting didn't hold. And that second meeting would have been held at the house of Micah Higbe, who was the deputy to Abdul Salam Abubakar before they handed over. Go and check your record. That is it. So at the house of the man, Ekwueme waited. All they had from Babangida and the generals, Guzo, all those people, is that they are now discussing with Obasanjo that they told Ekwueme, said, after all, that area we defeated in civil war, how can we have a commander-in-chief from the people, the area we defeated? All these things are not making it up. It's in Ekwueme's memoirs, From State House to Kirikiri. The man documented it. That's how I got to know. So when you see the issue of Nigeria, the Igbo question in Nigeria is not that. They are no longer punishing Igbo or maybe marginalizing them because it is the fashion. No, it is only because of that fact that if we allow these people have their way and go, others will follow them. That is just the thing. They are
But Dr.
preserving Nigeria.
Kim,
Yes, please.
how are we going to get rid of this burden that we have inherited from the wicked forefathers of Nigeria that have
That is
that
that
have
is
played this
why
false narrative?
that
You
is
know,
why that is why Edo adopted P2B, the capital of Obidient is Edo State. That is the love they've shown P2B. This man gets in. When he gets in, to be honest with you, every old brigade politician is retired, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, or this thing, because he's coming with a good vista. He's coming to this real. The only way to change it is when P2B gets in. With the type of mind he has and developmental strategy, all these things will be forgotten. P2B is not going to play the politics of divide and rule like these people are playing. Look at what Tinubu is doing. Despite not being confirmed, look at his appointment. Look at what he's doing. It has dawned on people now, if they haven't known, Tinubu has no economic plan. How can we are discussing this, I forgot to talk about it, is borrowing. Mother Rita, how can you go and borrow money and say you are giving every family, is it every 8,000? What is 8,000 today? Is it pure water?
Dr.
Okay.
CM is an SPV now.
Okay.
We all know that now.
Sorry, I forgot to call it FPV, which is good. So is that the economic principle? Supposing you say you are borrowing it and you've ordered the tractor, everything that you are mechanized farming, people will say, okay, but how can you go and borrow money from somebody with interest and you want to share it? Okay, you take your own, let's assume that they didn't have, the money went to the people. Didn't Oshibajo give people trader money? Where are we today? Didn't
Let's not even talk
Oshibajo?
about Chibajo. That one it just brings a bad taste in my mouth
So,
because he
so,
went to the
so,
market
so,
to campaign. It's that one
so,
is just
so,
I
so,
don't I'm trying to look
so,
for the
so,
adjective, respectful adjective to
so,
describe that one.
so that is that alone. Because if he had economic plan, forget about whether INEC case is in court. The way he'll be moving full steam, but he hasn't got.
Dr.
He's not
CM,
prepared. Yes, please. He's not prepared.
I'm just having a little chuckle here because I am by now, even if we have some people who are still saying he's working, of course, he's hallelujah singers. But by now, every Nigerian, every sensible Nigerian should know by now that anybody who is desperate for power, anyone who has paid their way, paid to cover their education, paid to cover their lineage, paid to cover their nationality, you understand? That person has no plan now. We have already seen the lights even before we switch it on. We already
Yes.
seen how the light will shine. We've
Eh,
seen how the light will shine. So all these things say he doesn't have, he's never had economic policy. The only policy he had is how to chop money. Lagos said that
that's
they are shopping. If Lagos was Dubai, he won't be in France taking treatment now. The only thing is that he systematically opened many SPV in the
for
name of
people.
tax collecting,
Exactly,
like the
for
Alpha
people.
Beta, to
For
enrich
people.
himself. And then he now
Exactly.
started building conglomerate. And that's why the likes of
Mm,
Bajabi Amila,
mm.
Eleyi, the one that
Eh,
is from
eh,
Ogun State and the rest, all of them with
De,
fake results. He brought
Dela
all his
Alake, all
gang,
of them.
all
Mm,
his gang
Can
from
I
America
can
and say,
I
"Ah,
can I
Baba
say
is here."
something? You asked the question.
yeah.
Why, Mr. Rita, you asked the question, isn't it?
Mhm.
Why the Nigerian have not still got out of or to know that these people have nothing to give to them? Isn't it? I'm just rephrasing it. Is that it?
I think so.
Okay.
Um, yeah,
Probably
go ahead.
something
Okay.
to that effect, yeah.
Yeah. You see, there's one thing I want us to really know. There's one barrier that if you as an individual, you cannot make up your mind to break. It will be very difficult for majority to pull out of this quagmire that these people are using. The one fundamental wall that is really holding, and I thank God the generation is pulling out gradually, but in a slow pace. It's tribalism. You see this tribalism. When I was my dad, when I wanted to get married, you see the Edo people will say, if you marry outsider, or now it be. You go say they go tell you say you no fit. Your own uncle, my own uncle will be last born. Come challenge, he take his chest like this. He say me, I no go marry outside Benin except Benin must be. Now tell and say, well, when the ocean reach, we go see we go fall inside the river. That is how I played it. I stood by it firmly because I was like, I was the second, I'm the third generation. So I stood by it, but my own cousin, who is senior to me in our generation, said one thing, said, he no go do that, he no go marry Obekon. I said, what is this one the yarn? And you are a pastor. That is to tell you that barrier, if we can break it, that tribal barrier, if we can break it, then Nigerians are out of it. That is one thing they use. I wouldn't go into the religion aspect, but that tribal barrier is a brick wall that every individual Nigerian should break. If we cannot break it, like Mr. CM said some things here today that somebody told me, but I was trying to understand it, but he has really elaborated on it. And thank you, Mr. CM, for making it glow to my spirit. I've gotten it. Because I've been told by a very learned person who knows about a lot of history in the Igbo land. He told me, but I couldn't grab it. But I grabbed that portion that I want to grab from your explanation. Thank you for doing that. You did a lot of work in breaking it down for a lot of people that are listening to us today to really key into it. You see, there are some things you might say, I will pick one thing as a key to open that door for my understanding. And I've gotten it. That is why I say when Starita was talking about that thing, I said that it's not easy to break through that tribe. It's like you're saying They will tell you that, like the Yoruba will say, you are Omuale if you vote for Obi. You know what that means? It means you are an outlaw, an outcast. And nobody wants to carry that thing, but it takes boldness to get over it, because you must have eaten a lot of history about your people, and you must have eaten history about these other people. Then that will make you be convinced that this wall of brick is not a wall of brick, it's just a makeshift that they want me to really stick in, and you will not be able to break out of their own generation, because this thing is of the past generation they are trying to transfer to the new generation. And I thank God the internet has made it bold for us to go in, if we are reasonable enough to go in and key and know the history of ourselves and throw away the tribalism part. Not that you are throwing away your culture, but break it, because every man is born equal before God. And we should look at ourselves, since we have agreed to come together, irrespective of the quagmire we're having now, we can still come together again and make another agreement if they are ready to come to the round table. And if they are not ready to come to the round table, we will go about it the way God wants us to go about it. Because the way of the people, if they gather together, God will accept it. So let us try to break that wall, because that wall is very difficult, because your grandmother have told you, your great-grandmother have told you, and they are transforming it to you with fear. And you know, this generation, they are very scared of some kind of things if they hear it. So it is very, very difficult. Look, in Edo State, it's very tough. Very, very tough. You got to explain yourself. You got to come down. You got to eat the history before you can be able to explain to them.
But Black Panther, let me ask you and Rita, Madam Rita, you people are from Edo State. What really do you people see in Pito? Do you know why? What I'm telling you here, because I belong to different WhatsApp group of Obi in my local government, in my town, and some other ones. They put me mainly in the Igbo area. Do you know what one time we were just discussing? What really do people like you people saw? Because as far as I know, Obi has never been a minister, just an Anambra governor, 8 years, that's all. He was a private businessman, came in, do his big thing, went out, apart from Jonathan bringing him up or being invited. So what really quality? Because if he's a clear politician, although anybody who has been a governor is a politician, but if he has been the politician of in those days, you contest, you lose, you do this, you go prison, you come out, you know all those a typical Nigerian politician. So what really do the people of Edo State saw in Peter Obi? Yes, I'm asking because yes.
Okay, before I answer the question, I want to address something with Mr. Black Panther. Thank you very much for what you said about the tribe thing. And I think in the present day Nigeria, it will be very hypocritical of any Nigerian parent to say, "Oh, my child, you cannot marry this tribe or that tribe." And this is the reason why I say to be hypocritical. Present day Nigeria, many people have gone to the diaspora. They've married Russians, Chinese, British, Germans, Jamaicans. This is both male and female. They are accepted. And when they come home, "Oh, my Pekin, oh, my child, welcome." You are embracing somebody that is not even part of your country. And then you are now creating this kind of poisonous perception about another tribe from the same country that you belong. So it's quite hypocritical. I think if we kind of explain it to that point, like some parents now, they bring their foreign wife or their foreign husbands and they embrace them, Kabo, Obokia, they have their grandchildren and all, they're embracing. They don't question that maybe the man is speaking Dutch or is speaking French or something. They just love the person. In fact, let me use the word, they accept the person without even questioning. Whether you're a first son or a first daughter, without even questioning. They don't question that. However, if it's the man from the same state but a different tribe, they'll raise an eyebrow. So you see, it's a poison that sometimes I believe we are not even aware unconsciously. Even our parents, they're not even aware of. very few, very few of our parents' generation that are kind of open and enlightened. And guess what? There's one thing that I think is missing here. Our forefathers, our grandmothers, our great grandmothers, the way they lived those days is completely different from present day. And I think that is why they adopted that tribal thing. They look at so many factors. Like they say, oh, when if you marry somebody from another tribe, you don't know the person's culture, whether they eat snake in the morning, you don't know whether maybe they will cut something in the woman's body. Our tribe, we don't accept that. Or maybe they share a younger brother's wife when that one pass on, or they don't share, or maybe they share, uncles. There's so many things. Or maybe when they have children, this is how the children are raised. Those were the things that our forefathers didn't like. They just wanted to uphold their culture, embrace it very proudly. They didn't want any, let me use the word contamination. I don't think it was born out of hate. It was born out of the fear of, I don't want our culture to be contaminated. And that's why generations over, they were always giving stories of why you shouldn't marry some another tribe. And some of them actually that had friends or relatives that married other tribes, unfortunately, they had bad experiences. So many a time they use those bad experiences, to give the examples and to print it in our mind that, oh, don't marry from this tribe, oh, it will be difficult. These people are like this. These people, they sacrifice this, they sacrifice that. So over the years, it has been like that. So that's why I say it becomes hypocritical that this same person that's saying don't marry Bini person or don't marry Asan, but your wife is bringing your daughter is bringing somebody from China, and then you're embracing. Welcome, Obokia. It's funny. Chinese language is not even similar. The language and it is not. I'm just using Isha and Bini now. It's not even similar to Asan or Bini language, but you embrace somebody from China. So we need to start. I think when we start talking more and start to explain more and start to give examples, I think people will be more enlightened, because sometimes, sometimes people, out of ignorance or unawareness, we make certain decisions, or let me use the word fear, or past experiences from people that we know. We now use it to judge how we live our lives. So I think it has spanned from generations to generation. And funny enough, there's one thing I have noticed. The very thing that you tell your child not to do, or the person not to marry, or the tribe not to marry, that's what your child ends up doing. And it's not just the African person. I've seen someone here, her stepmother was always imprinting to her brother never, ever, ever to date or marry a white person. She imprinted it in the guy's mind from the time he was a teenager, teen, and adult. Guess what? Her own daughter, in fact, her own daughter ended up having a child from a white person. And it wasn't just a regular, let me say, okay, let me use the word, if you're in US, you know what I mean, redneck white person. So you see, what you are preaching to somebody is what your own child did. So therefore, we need to start explaining and making our own parents understand, because they come from a different generation and they've had experiences. Take it or leave it. Some were good, some were bad. Some had friends from other tribe, but their child will never marry. Some of them, they don't manage their children even marry. That's how much they love each other. But that's just like a very tiny fraction. So that education needs to be there. I don't think it came out of hate. It came out of how the world was that time. People fought wars. People, they needed to build their culture, needed to build let me use the blue breed, a real breed of their tribe. They don't want any mixes. That is why those things, those excuses were given generation from to generation. I think we have the opportunity to correct things, or rather to enlighten people and allow people to make their choices on whomever they want to be with, whatever tribe. I'm talking within Nigeria right now, not even outside Nigeria, within Nigeria, whomever, whatever tribe they choose to. Now, going back to Dr. CM's question, what do we see in
Exactly, yeah.
my president, Peter the Rock Obi? I think the way I view, in my own eye, the way I view Peter the Rock Obi could be definitely different from Mr. Victor of Stamoya, even Mr. Niger Watch, right? But what captured me to him, if I'm speaking for myself now, I know when he was under the umbrella of the PDP, I know Nigeria Watch has the old videos. I didn't support him. And I think that's why I was saying something. I said, anybody that come out of PDP or APC to be president, just know that a frog can be president of Nigeria. I don't know if anybody remember that statement. And most times I was attacked for saying that. I said, any frog can be president of Nigeria. If anybody from PDP or ABC wants to becomes the president in Aso Rock. But as soon as this man, although I was listening to most of the things he was saying, going to different forums and speaking, and something was touching me like, okay, this man is really pinpointing at the issues we have in Nigeria, but why is he in PDP? Why? So that's why I was kind of sitting on the fence. I was like, I don't really trust. I trust. But the moment he stepped out, I don't know if you guys remember. Well, I'm saying it from my own eyes now. I remember the day he was coming out of the secretariat. It was Arise TV, coming out of the secretariat of the Labour Party. There was something in his face that I don't know. I felt it. There was something that was different in his face, and I feel that it was something that pushed him to do it. And he said something. I didn't tell my family member or even his senior brother when he decided to leave the PDP and switch. That is between him and God or whatever force that made him change his mind. And so when he did that, I now sat down very well. I thought, okay, now I am all ears. He has left the devil party. Let me see what he has to offer. And this man kept speaking. He kept speaking. He kept speaking. I'm like, oh my goodness. This man, and he's kept giving us data, experience, giving us example, giving us solutions. Solution was the main thing. He was identifying with the problems the grassroots problem, and he was giving us solutions, not the one that I say, thank God. How many people that are employed say, thank God, Mr. Thank God, the man. He didn't get, and he was articulate, he was humble, even what was kind of attracting me to him. I'm like, I was seeing leadership qualities that I hadn't seen in any Nigerian politician. I could see there was no antagonistic talk. Everything he was just saying was just facts. And then when he came to Canada, that was just it. I just came back from travel, and that same day I just changed my clothes and I went there to that hall. I said, I have to be there. That was just it for me. When he came to Canada and I was listening to him speak, and he said, listen, I am not, when they say, oh, God has to go, he said, no, I am here for you. I did not come with private jets. I'm not paying for parking in the airport. So people were laughing, and guys were like, oh my goodness, this is him. I said, I'm here for you. Even when people were even hailing him, he said, don't hail me. All these hailing people are hailing me. Let me get there. And when I start walking, then you hail me. All this hailing, I beg, I'm not up for it. I could see a man that was ready to walk as far as, like, he wanted to start work like yesterday, not even today. So I'm like, what manner of a man is this? So, and that humility is like a magnet. There's something about being humble. I think it surpasses everything. It's kind of, there's an aura. It's like there's something that speaks when a man is very humble. It's not even the word. There's just an aura that just overtakes him. Anybody, if you're very spiritually conscious, you would know what I'm saying. Sometimes you may not understand why you're attracted, but it's that humility, and that's part of the spirit, the Holy Spirit. And I think that was the main thing that really attracted me to him. And I think a lot of Nigerians had the opportunity to listen to how he was talking about their problems and solutions. I think many Edo people are like, oh my God, this man is giving us solutions. Peter Obi was giving solutions. He knew the problem. He was giving solutions that people could understand in simple English. And I think many people identified with that. So that's why, and for a Benin person, once they like you first as a person, and you are telling them the things that you are expressing to them, like you understand their pain, and you are giving me solutions on how you can help me with this pain. Man, in fact, you have sold yourself to any Benin person, and then maybe Mr. A will spread it and spread it and spread it. Governor Basaki even spread the news for us. He didn't even know he was indirectly campaigning for us when he said, "Oh, every household is obedient."
It's obedient.
He was campaigning.
Yeah,
So that's how the Spirit of God even uses people that are saying we are running out of steam. But he has already campaigned for us in the beginning. And then Oni of Ife is calling him tsunami. Those things that they're saying, it's the Spirit of God that is pushing even the enemies to even praise you and campaign for you without them even knowing it. So for me, I just expressed to you, it was something that was growing. I was watching, I was listening, and I was like, oh my goodness. And then that spiritual aspect of like, oh my goodness, I was learning something about leadership. So that's why he has set the bar so high. So anything that is not like Peter Obi, or anyone that is not talking like Peter Obi, solutions, facts, data, information, experience, is
Then go
like,
and verify.
Who is this? Who is
Go and
this?
verify.
Come off for road.
Go and
I'm not even
verify.
talking about the go and verify. Come off for road. So that bar is so high. I don't know. Right now for Edo State only, I'm just looking because every porcupine, antelope, ant, rabbit is everybody wants to be governor of Edo State. It's okay. It's their fundamental rights, right? Let
Do you
all of
know?
them come. When each party have picked their candidate, then I will start really talking.
Do
For
you know?
now, but this one just need to disgrace himself.
Do you know?
Because we have better Edo people. Thank
There
you.
are. Do you know?
Thank you. Yeah.
There's a question.
I will
There's a
answer the
question.
question too.
For me,
There's a question. Just before you come in, there's a question somebody will ask like this. Sometimes that the question somebody will ask you that will sort of tell you about how the person, the esteem the person takes you, particularly the person takes you in a high esteem. Do you know why I'm saying this? Is that the day Peter Obi visited the Oba of Benin, you know, the man listened. I just watched him with his eyeglass listening. After listening, the question he asked Obi, he said, "Is it true? Say that Anambra they gave you a piece of land and you turned it down?" Peter said, "Yes." That question means a lot. I watched it. That question meant a lot. He said, "You gave you a piece of land and you turned it down. You didn't take." He said, "Yes, I did it. I don't need it." All those things. So it means a lot. Why I'm saying this is that because, you know, it will be difficult for a man like Peter Obi to get in. Although somebody has said it before, but I'm not really trying to, I may not, it could change. He said part of the conspiracy against Peter Obi is not that he won't perform, but when he goes in there, he's going to block so many loopholes. That is, somebody told me, he said he's going to block all the loopholes, at least a good number of them, where all these things, federal revenue is leaking. And if we could gather the money, then we see what he's going to do about it. So everything cannot be because you know P2B, you come and you take contract. P2B won't do that. He won't. So these are some of the type of government we are running. And then those that feel that they own Nigeria do not want Nigeria to change. So that is part of, that informs part of the conspiracy. But the question I asked, you know, something like that is that, Rita, the answer you gave is your own conviction. You are enlightened, you are behind, you are in the Western world, you are well educated, you can compare notes, you've seen the difference. But an average Edo person in the village, that is where Black Panther will come in. An average Edo person in the village. Because it is not people like you, Rita, that waited from morning till night. That day, Peter came to the Edo. They hosted him. It is not people like you that came out in the morning when they hear he's in Auchi, from Auchi, he's going down Uromi side, that he's coming. They waited till night at Ring Road to receive him. So what I'm trying to say is that what is this love? Do those people, what the reason you gave, did they translate that into the people, or just a case of maybe somebody must have come up with one type of quality P2B had? Because it surprised me, even in our area, when you talk and people know, but they said, because he's Igbo, when he comes now, they will just rubbish him and then say one thing, leave him, let him try. But when people saw the love everywhere, people said, no, 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 no. We can't let
I
this
don't
man
think
down.
anybody can understand fully what, you know, made people just fall in love with him.
It's the
I don't
Holy
think
Spirit.
anybody can give, yeah, you
It's the
Let
cannot
Holy
give
let
it,
Spirit.
you
I have
cannot
a unique
give a complete,
conviction. Oh.
yeah, 1 second, please, Mr. Black Panther. I know say you dey itch to talk. 1 second. So
Ah,
me don't dey
this
back
man, I don't
since.
monitor and
I
long
don't
now.
use comments finish una for inside comment section.
That's it.
So so I don't think anybody can give a you know enough explanation as to why people gravitate towards him. The only thing one word I can say is the light. Peter Obi has such a bright light within himself that he himself can't even explain. It's just something about him. People see the solutions to to their problems within that man. And on top of the fact that he was very vocal, he was very quick to explaining and touching the heart of the people, which is what is essential, because just like Sister Rita said, the same thing he did in Canada, he did when he came to Los Angeles. He did everywhere he went. He was the last person to leave the hall. The last person. When people would try to praise him, he said, well, I don't need your praise now. Let me start working. And then I remember him saying then, do you want to be happy, or do you want you want the society to work? Which one is it? I'm not here to make you happy, but I want the system to work. So nobody can fully understand why that. But I think the only one question is the light and the fact that people see the solution to their problems within him based on everything that he says, and all else being equal. I go, you best I will leave on this night, I beg.
Okay. Okay, Black
After
Panther.
Black
No,
Panther, I would like to leave. I just want to listen to Black Panther, and then I would
okay.
lock off.
You see, the reason why I glued to Peter Obi is like this. You see, there's one thing we all should that I took from one of my uncle. He said, you have to study people, and you have to study a man with a vision, a man that has a broad perspective of the way things supposed to be. Quote and unquote, a visionary leader. Then I went further. I studied Malcolm X. I studied Martin Luther King Jr. That I studied Nyerere, and I studied Mandela to a level. I begin to look, and you know, from that perspective, that you need to listen to people and see what's inside of them. Then I from Kanu started speaking, all these euphoria started coming out, and they started doing over. I had thought inside of me. I said, what will stop this agitation? Why is it that the North, the political class, does not want a leader, a man with vision to come in? I told myself, I pray that man comes. Because my picture, my mind is now open to a visionary leader. Because of what? Because I've gone inside to study some people that have made a mark and written a lot about, people have written a lot about their history and how they started and how they really focused on the vision, and they spoke it. It did not go, but kept on living. Then one day, I saw this man, Peter Obi, when they were interviewing him, the man Peter Obi. They started talking about it. I said, but he's an Afghan man. I was a governor. I didn't really understand him when he was a governor. But he now came and he made a speech. I don't know where he made that speech. He started talking about the problem of the political class in Nigeria. And I focused, because that one is like you are giving me a meat to eat, because I want to hear about them. Then he started talking, and he gave the reason why they're acting that way. Then he now came down to Nigeria. He dabbled on it. And one thing that I've not seen the leaders in Nigeria from the onset, it's a leader that have a vision. The leader that have a vision, and as he had a vision, he went step by step to tell you how he's going to actualize it. And he came down with history and loaded with what is in the land, who this tribe is, where this man is strong, what is in the land, and he gave a solution of every region where they are strong and where they can They can do what the others cannot do. And he brought them together and see if we can collate this thing together, Nigeria will be a great nation. And that's where he came by and said it is possible. When he made mention that it is possible, then I recollect the statement of Martin Luther King Jr. Every word those guys that I read, they've spoken. Peter Obi had the character. He had the character, and every word they spoke. I saw Peter Obi in those words, and I saw him speaking those words out to Nigeria. Then Nnamdi, I said, this man, I can see the fire in his eyes. Then I got interested, and I made some, some thinking about the Nigerian Constitution. I say this might be a open door for us. This man has a vision. This man has told us what the statistics about Nigeria. Then I kept close, and I started hearing something obedience. I say Obi waiting. Then I started going in. When I went in, I saw the fire in his eye. I knew the solution. There's a man that had heard the cry, and the cry. There's a man that will take it seriously, and damn more consequences. He will go ahead to see to the fulfillment of that vision. I saw it in him. I said, this man, I'm going to stick to him. Whether I said this, whether I said don't talk, I will stick to him because I know he has the vision. And any man that has a vision, no man can deter him from that vision. Whether you come with your own analogy, you try to convince him, whatever, even the Christian fathers, I knew he was going to let all of them down when he challenged all the Christian leaders. I knew. And I know, sometimes I presume what he's going to see because all the quality of a visionary leader is in him. And I knew what he's going to say at this time. I knew this is going to be his answer. And then I concluded that this man, I'm going to stick with him. Because you see my statement all through last when I was talking about this man, Peter Obi, that Nigeria don't know. I was going somewhere because I had the conviction, because I've read the visionary leaders and I saw the quality, I saw the characteristics in him. I said, yes, this one, I go down, I go anywhere with that. That is why I said there's something in him that most Nigeria does not know. Many that follow him, they don't know. That is why those that don't know much about him, they are falling by the wayside. Because this man is going to go to the latter to see that the fulfillment of a great nation is possible. And he knew. That's why I came up with that word. Nigeria, it is possible. So that word means a lot. It is possible. That's the word of a visionary. And I pray every Nigerian should key into this. Don't let him go until he gets there. Don't let Peter Obi go. We got to hold on to him. Don't let him go. Don't let him go. Thank you.
Anyway, your reason is still, I know, just like Madam Rita aired his own, is quite enlightened one and then full of conviction because of what you get. But to me, the average village person in Edo, the way they talk of Obidient, Labour Party, Peter Obi, that is the shock most of us had, to be honest. That is the shock. For somebody like me, I looked at it, say, how people are just, forget about Plateau or maybe Plateau might say Fulani is decimating them, Southern Kaduna the same, Benue the same. So they want a way out, probably. But Edo Delta, Bayelsa, everywhere, Kwaibo say Peter Obi. I said, okay, that is it. So in any case, I'm of the opinion that the coming of Peter Obi will save a lot of things. Given the experience we've had in Nigeria with leadership, any leader who is not interested in looting the treasury will perform. Because that money they are stealing, if you do not steal the money, it's always infrastructure you are going to do and win the people over. Dualize so many roads, start to tar road, pave, don't own pensioners. I mean, the bread and butter issue, make sure that schools are in session, at least at the federal level. So a lot of things, pay federal workers, battle this power supply with money. you can do it. But the thing about our leader, okay, now Tinubu will come in. Look at the convoy he used to get to Lagos. Peter Obi won't do that. He will tell you. He will say, no, I'm the only person that is needed. Maybe me and my secretary too. He won't do all this. All this money, that is what he doesn't want. Before you know it, he will tell you, we have to sell this off, sell this off, sell this off, close this, and then be able to gather money. Because with money, you can do something. How can Tinubu come in? He borrowed 500, 500 billion to empower women. Now he's borrowing how much to give to palliative? Under 1 month or 2 months of coming in, we are talking of massive borrowing. It means the man hasn't got any economic plan. He has no economic plan on what to do with Nigeria. He felt that he come, he borrow money and then share. Those money you are borrowing with what, how much interest? How are you gonna pay it? If you don't know how to pay back any loan, don't take it. You must be clear in your head how I'm going to pay back. So as long as the money is a loan, which you are going to pay back with interest. If you are not clear on how you are going to repay it, there's no good taking the loan. Because if you take it, you run into difficulty, and that is what Nigeria is going into now. How can somebody say to help your people palliative for petrol subsidy removal, you go and borrow money and start to give people? You're only trying to trigger inflation, because inflation is when few money are chasing too much money is chasing few goods and services anyway. When everybody is having money, and you printed it as if you are borrowing, what are you going to do? You want to trigger inflation. That's why they will not tell you maybe a bag of pure water may be 50 naira or 60. Small time will get to 100 because there's no economic policy. So a country like Nigeria doesn't require much borrowing. If he's sincere with the money removed from subsidy or whatever, you should be able to identify what we help the people. Giving people cash is not what will help. Even if you put it in their salary, at least they will do the work to earn it. And from that salary, if you increase somebody's salary from say 100,000 a month to 120,000, instead of giving the person 20,000 cash, you put it as part of his salary. The person works for it, and from there you take your tax. So it's more meaningful than dashing people money. So, like we said, Oshibajo did it before. Where did he end? Nothing. He's just in a mess today. So what are we going to do to continue the same thing? Of course, it shouldn't be, but here we are. Mhm. You see, somebody is writing on the comment section, Mr. Guy Owalele. He said the president of Mexico sold the presidential jet as promised during the campaign to build some schools. This is how good people do. This is how people do. Nigeria, presidential jet for what? Of what use will it be? Anyway, and what is the name? Black Panther.
We get more than 8 presidential jet too.
See now. See, and a very poor country like Nigeria is buying jet for a president for what? Tell me for what? And you are buying not even one, but 8 or so. You go and pack
Yeah,
it there for what?
that's one attribute of Peter. No matter how you look at it, he's going to set the standard
Ah,
for
you.
governance.
That's why I'm happy. You see,
See, Peter
I
Obi
want.
cannot come with all this luxury lifestyle they are living. It's going to all this. You have this in Aso Road, this one here, long convoy. If it's only that alone, you cannot expect the president to be going with just 2 or 3 cars and the governor will be having chains of cars. You cannot expect the president to be living a very simple life and the governors will be spending cash the way they like, extravagancy. So only that alone, it's going to cost the cost of governance
That is the
down
thing.
and
And
enough money will be saved.
that is the
So
thing.
only that alone, just that one alone is already a big advantage. And for the fact that the man is not flamboyant, is not extravagant, we are going to save a lot of money. So anyhow you look at Peter Obi's presidency, it's going to be the best thing that has ever happened to Nigeria.
It is.
So that's just how I see him. That's how I see him. That's my submission.
It
Yeah.
is. It is. So the man, in fact, I really want him because it will shock Nigerians when he comes and start doing all those things. He will tell you. You see, why it will trigger that is that if you now see that, if you now hear that the president is not maintaining fleet of cars and jet, who are you at the governorship level? People will take it up because that is what people will take, and you will.
Exactly. It will even
People,
lead to uprising in your state if you are a governor. You are living an extravagant life and the president is just going as a simple man. It will lead to an uprising in your state.
even
So that's
even
that's just the
even
problem.
what Peter Obi said in his platform, because this time sometimes I go and re-listen to his speech when he was saying cutting the cost of governance. You know that a time in that platform of 2017, he said some states are owing salary this. He said any state governor that said he can't pay salary, he just is not serious. If he cut the
Thank you.
cost, he said if he
Thank you.
cut, he said it now. Peter is in the platform. That's why sometimes that tape, go and listen to. He said because the way when he was talking, I remember Peter be typical. When he was talking and people were shouting, clap, he said, no, my time is going. Please hold on, please, my time is going, my time, so that he want to say more. He said, my dear, I've been a governor. That's what he said. He started telling them, dispatch rider, six of them, 50 million each one. How can, or how many million? How can you have this? Office of First Lady, for what? It's illegal. It's not voted for. It's not in the constitution. And that you need to siphon money. If you scrap the office of the First Lady, you will save how many billion a year? He said, that's what I did. I saved all the money. He didn't borrow kobo from any bank. Yet he was able to govern Anambra and then left money. How can you not trust such a person? He's not interested. He said, when I came to Anambra State, there were 12 guest houses in Oka maintained for governor. 12 guest houses where they put all nonsense there. Peter said, no, I live with my wife. I leave my wife and go to work and come back home. Governor doesn't need the guest houses. Closed everything down, sold it off, carried the money, begin pay pension, everything. So his style is he, if not because of this ASU strike when he was campaigning, he said how much is ASU asking for 1.3 trillion. But the oil theft, the quantity of oil we do not account for every month. Peter checked it and multiplied, checked it, converted it to naira. It becomes 1.7 trillion for the month of July.
See, look at the 800,000 barrel they stole. That one is just 800,000.
Mhm.
Just one
Multi-
from Ondo State to Ondo,
Well,
well.
you see that
Mm.
okay, 800. You see, okay, because we don't have to wait for P2B. If you have your calculator, how much is dollar now? Let's use 500 to the dollar. You multiply 800,000 by $500 for okay, no, sorry, not 500 naira because let me just say exchange rate. Let's use 500. You will see how many billion it will give you. And this is maybe a day or something. So when you listen to this type of thing, that's why Peter B is telling you that he will cut the cost. He said there are a lot of wastages in the system. And you can't blame him for making the thing known so that they will educate the people. But at the same time, it's going to count against him because that is why, because they now know that if this man gets in, he's going to block from where we are eating. You see it? So when he goes in, he will not tell you that oil theft is this, is that. That in Morocco, their seaport is not as big as that of Lagos or the one Nigerians has. Look at how much they are making in a year, more than what we are making from crude oil. Is that not what he told the governor of Taraba State? He said the whole money Nigeria makes from crude oil every year is about $30 billion. $30 billion. And that $30 billion, every state, 36 states want to share out of it. By the time you remove 13%, just say 10%, it comes down to about 27 billion. By the time you settle the likes of Wike in the rivers, Okowa in Delta for their 13% derivation, it comes down to about, let's use 10%, it comes down to about 27 billion. That 27 billion, you share it, I think 50, is it not 52% to the federal government, 48 to the whole state, then 36 36 states will then share that one. He was telling the man, said, by the time you share these things, you find out that if you grow tea in Taraba, you will make money more than Nigeria makes from crude oil. So why are you waiting for crude oil? When you know in your Taraba here, you can grow tea. They are doing it in Kenya. They are paying the $100. The people that are picking, is it a salary? People that are picking tea in the farm, in the plantation. So the man has a lot of ideas, and somebody who likes to compare. That is to tell you, when you want to compare things, say it is done this way, it is done this way, it means that you want to bring out the difference. He said, look at Morocco, their seaport is not as big as that of our own, yet they are making more money. Why? Look at Egypt, the electricity, they signed contract with Siemens. Under 1 month, they finished everything. They're effectively in charge. They generate more than they need and keep excess in case of shortfall. But since 2017, we've been signing contract with Siemens. Nothing. Why? So when you see somebody, making this type of analysis, it tells you that you must know that the person really knows what he is going to do. So Nigerians will be amazed. They will say, so this is leadership in our time. One, he's not interested in stealing money. All this bamboozle, go and buy this, go and build me a house, go and build me, you know. So all those type of things you won't know. So that is the thing. My dear, I think I have a
Well,
busy brain. I will need to.
Nigeria need to know one thing.
Yeah.
We need either we take him or we forget about this process,
uh, the-
because there is
uh,
no two way about it. When you get, this is the first time to me, because I've studied all the leaders we have in Nigeria, both past and present. This is the first time Nigeria will have a visionary leader that will
it's
holistically
true.
look at the entire country
It's
and
true.
tell you how versatile and what our resources, what the stronghold each region has, and how we
It's
are going
true.
to harness it and bring
It's
it
true.
together and make every region, every state be stronger. And thereby, we're going to start having a true federal system whereby you don't come to the center anymore.
Exactly.
That is
It's
to
true.
tell you that this guy is in there, the constitution of Nigeria. People are just seeing this man. This man, go and look at any visionary leader. They are very tough. When they get there, very, very tough. And they will get to where they are going.
It's true.
Like it or not, they will bring that paper that you people are scared. And that place that you people are scared, not, he will bring all of them. You see this Boko Haram, they are saying, he will open all the cankerworm and Nigeria will see what is really the Boko Haram. Who brought it and how they set it up. It's going to bring
Yes,
it up because
it's true.
everything needs to be open.
Yes, he
You
said it.
know,
He said he will discuss. He said everybody dialogue. Whoever you are, come.
dialogue, that's it.
He said
We cannot,
anybody, whoever, just come on the table. Let us
we
dialogue. Let's
cannot
know why.
continue, we cannot continue to hide from our shadow, and we see
It's
some
true.
of our brothers are going through hell. Then we say, oh, we now try to mix it up with religion and try to mix it up with tribe. Hell no. This guy is going to break the camel's back. This guy is going to make us, every region, every state, resources. He's going to make it known to them.
It's
He's going to
true.
make the governors work. And he has already told them, coming to Abuja every time to collect check. That is a forgotten thing. It is not going to happen again. They are going to work, use their brain to set up a state versatile, a state that is productive, a state that will depend on the human capacity and the resources you have in your land to grow your economy and make it a strong, very economy. Some
It's
states in
true.
Nigeria can function as a country inside Nigeria because
It's
they can
true.
be richer than even the West African coast if we
Of
really
course.
go in and harness it. That is what is going to bring about. That is what they are afraid of. Because
It's
if
true. It's
everybody
true.
eye open for Nigeria now, idiot no go come say one come sit down for that seat. They not, you know if you try them now. Look at Niger Delta. When they brought them to Abuja, you know they were docile. is happening. But when they brought them to Abuja, when they see what oil money they do, they went back and carried their gun. That is what they are trying to avoid.
I think I listened to what you said now.
Okay.
I witnessed it.
I told one of my friends from the north, I say, you people, when Obi gets there, you people will be the one to drive your leaders out of the north.
It's true. It's true.
We are not going to do it for you. It's going to be you people. You will do it yourself.
It's true. It's true. Even this man alluded to it. The vice president, Dati Ahmed said, when Igbo man tell you there's business there, better follow him. Say Peter Obi said in the north, say we're going to cultivate the vast agricultural land. Then the farmers will be having money. By the time they become rich, they will not know what they're supposed to do. And that is the truth. That is how you empower the people, not borrowing money to go and share. Tinubu disappointed. Anyway, I know he's not. How can you say you are borrowing money? For what? To give to people. Where can you do that? You borrow money, you give people. What? If you had wanted, leave the subsidy the way people buying their petrol, go and borrow the money, use it to build. Don't even forget about subsidy. Borrow the money, use it to build, repair the refinery. The moment the refinery start working, then you say the subsidy gone. But nothing after that.
Mr. CM, okay, now you remove subsidy. Why not you subsidize transportation?
Exactly. And you are giving money.
Well, it's very simple. Don't subsidize transportation, everything will die down. Your money will start going up and your prices will come down. Inflation will drive down. You can fall inflation by subsidizing your transport system. And that would be a good palliative way to start from. And that will bring down the oil price itself when you open up other sources of energy to bring it down.
You see, the simple economics, why you don't give people money? Not really, particularly you want to do it on a scale, they want to do it. Why you don't do it is that is the sure way of causing inflation. If you tell people that you want to drive down the cost of certain things, it means that even if they bring down the price of petrol from 500 naira to 300, that 200, they did not give it to you cash to put in your pocket. You still have to work hard, earn like 500 naira you were earning before. When you now get to the pump price for petrol, they say instead of 500, they give us 300. So that 200, you take it back. But it is your money. But can you now imagine leaving it at 500 and somebody come and give you cash to everybody? That is causing inflation. That is not an economics way of doing things. The economics could have been, since people are buying 500, you find a way. Do you know somebody who was the person that said it? He said part of the thing you should have done was bank. You take money from people when they transfer money, say from first bank in one place to the other. He said yes. He said it should stop. So that money people are transferring, first of all, it's now in their pocket. You're no longer paying it. You didn't borrow money, you didn't give them, but they've stopped charging it. So that money remains in the account. Then you look at other things. It is true that people always go to federal civil servants, increase salary. Yes, you can increase salary. We know. But when you are increasing salary, you talk of productivity. You don't just increase salary because of then petrol has risen, then salary rises. It makes no difference. It's just simultaneous. They are proportional. What you do is you check why is petrol costing. Tell people how much do you want to buy? They want to buy 100 naira a liter. But the petrol and the refinery is not working. Why not fix it? So that we know that the crude oil we are using is in-house, and then whatever we are refining is also in-house. But the man lacks. It's just a criminal enterprise is going to run. I don't see where you borrow money and you want to share people. How do you do that? Yeah.
I still stand my ground and I'm ready to be convinced by anybody here. I brought a question to everybody. I said they should go and study the world economy. And they should make references and use a country like 5 or 6 developed country and come out and tell me the economics behind you removing subsidy in your gas and energy sector? Tell me the economic terminology. Tell me where it is being practiced. You remove your subsidy in your gas, then your economy will now be open and everybody will now be saying Happy Christmas. There is no way in the world, the developed country, if you take subsidy out of English gas, that country is gone forever.
Are you telling?
Everybody will pack out. Not to talk about America. You dare not remove subsidy on it.
They tell Nigerians a lot of lies. There is
All
no
these
country
jungle economies they bring forward.
There is no country that doesn't give subsidy to the citizen in one way or the other. There is no country in the world. Milk in UK is subsidized. A manager in Tesco told me, he said, not that if they sell it full price, people can still buy. He said, but government subsidize it to the farmers. Do you know that part of subsidy? There was a time they have something like mad cow disease in UK that will affect the livestock. Government know that if you allow farmers, they will run at a loss. Government gave them, just like bought, as if they are buying those cows, bought all of them and slaughtered them, killed them, so that they don't come because of contacting infectious disease from cow meat.
Yes, I heard about that.
It's like buying it from the farmers. So that, because if you allow a farmer, because of infection, he has more than 100 cows or 50, and all of a sudden one of them fell ill and then it affected others, according to the law, the veterinary doctor comes in and tests it, so it's not good for feeding. You have to call them, you have to buy them, buy all those things. So by the time, that is the capital. So what government did was to sort of buy it as if government is buying it from them, give them money, and then tell them to buy all those ones. That is subsidy. That is subsidy. That, you see the way it happened. And so many of them here. Do you know that even healthcare in UK is subsidized? If they will say to you to say, if you want to take treatment, you go
in the
to
US, they're not subsidized.
Okay.
See, let me tell you one thing. Our economists, the Nigeria, I said the problem we have, basically our so-called educated quote, they are gone. Because if you want to bring an economy, that's why when Okoje-Iweala was trying to explain the economic tablet that he was trying to bring in a developing country such as underdeveloped country, or I'll call our country we are developing, but we are still in the third stage. When he brought it, everybody was just shouting. It was only Obi that came up that this economic terms, it will help us. We need to undergo this because this thing is something that when we grow it, we'll be able to control the economy. Look at America now. If they want to control inflation, they will jack up the price.
Yes,
the government will just jack it up because it's in control. So when they jack it up, when they see that it's being balanced, they'll start removing it gradually. Gradually. Because they are monitoring everything.
Exactly.
But our economic educated economists, they don't know jack about the economy at all.
It's true, because when, like you said, when they jack up the price, something you are buying for, say, $10 might be $11, $12, $13, $14, $15. So you are giving more money out.
Yes.
So because government want to mop the money in the system, and as it's coming into bank will be keeping them. So all the time you are spending. So by at a time now, they found out that they've taken so much money out of the circulation.
They will not relax.
They will now relax and tell you, oh, do you know that here? Let me tell you what happens when you go. There's one type of Coca-Cola diluted, they sell 49 pence. So people will say, 49. I think after some weeks, if you see the poster they printed, the price cut. Tell me how much is price cut? 2 pence. I called the man. I said, the cost of printing this poster you place to attract customers.
More than 2 pence.
I said 2 pence. He said he feel that when you come in, you will buy more than that. You will look around for that.
That is the idea.
You see, You see, you see Oyibo. Oyibo they know what to do. At any situation, they know what to do. And that's what Peter B want to bring in. At every situation. That's why sometimes when you hear economy no good for America or this, I just laugh. I say, don't worry. They know what to do.
They don't look. You can
They
look
know.
if you are in America. If you have stayed long in America, you will look. And there's one thing that I noticed. Most of the Americans, majority of them, that is those ones that are under that are not that are high school level education, that up to high school level, and those that are somehow they want to go along with, oh, let's put a white man, all the stuff. They don't really study their own economy. When I'm in my job place, they will say, oh, why is it that the prices are high? I say, you guys don't know the problem inflation can do to a nation. When I open Nigeria template to them, they open their mouth. I say, but that country is the richest country in Africa. But look at it. It's like a pauper. We are like pauper there. Why? Just look at our template. Look at the level of inflation. More than 10 times your own. And Nigerians are surviving and they are crying. We are traveling all over the world. We are paying money in dollars. We work hard for it. You can see that when I'm monitoring yours, you guys should kneel down and thank God for your leader, no matter whether I come from Republican or Democrat. You should really study, because that does not, your coming in of the president does not change the ideology and the status quo of the structure that is on ground. They go according to the law. They don't deviate with the law. They go according to it. That is why you see anybody handling treasury in America is very, very, that's the person that holds the economy itself. And the president is always telling that person, oh, I want to hear from the treasury director. I want to hear from him. Why is he talk to him with utmost respect? They don't just come and say, oh, I want to remove the treasury. If you try that, the economy will just nosedive. Before you know, China will take over. These are the things that I don't know whether I don't know whether it's an African problem. I don't know. We don't value things. We don't value things. We don't value things. We don't value human being. If you value human being, you will know that these people that hold the sovereignty of the nation, these are the people that we grow the economy, not you. Not you per person. These are the people. So you must make them comfortable and make them drive along with the ideal that you have, drive it for you, and set up a middle class that will make it for you to know how to take the poor out. Now you want to take the poor out from their poverty in Nigeria. Where do you want to place them? Do you have a middle class that can drag them up? You don't have it. You don't drag people somewhere and you leave them, they drop down, because you have not created a middle class that they will hang on to, while the other class up there, they will drag it. People will be dragged up, the middle class will go up, then those people at the bottom will come on, because they are all dragging their self up like that. But we don't have it in Africa. We just have poor and rich, poor and rich. That is not an economy.
This action Tinubu took now has shown you that he had no plan about, even if you remove a subsidy, what happens. It's like telling somebody, I will do something, I will achieve this on Monday. Then what happened on Tuesday? It's just a backlash. It's now going to borrow money for palliative. What do you mean by
that?
Wait, let me even get it clear. This 8,000 naira, is it for the whole month for a family, or for, I don't really,
they will just give that money when they don't give any money. All this one we don't hear that before. Then they give the one, okay, the money that lady that they were giving almost 100 billion, 500 billion every month. That lady, they call him Buhari girlfriend. That we noticed that they were giving, that is one ministry they set up, whether poverty alleviated ministry like that. They will discover that they were giving that lady 500 billion every month. It's not, they be giving her what? Look, the money they've expended on that lady should be called to account for it. She was receiving 500 billion. And she couldn't, they said it's for poverty alleviation. They cannot account for single. I asked myself a question. Are these people Nigerians?
They said they were using it to feed school children, including during lockdown. Where do they see school children? No, it's true. I mean, it's in the news now. So you see, Black Panther, why I'm particular about to be, apart from any other thing, is that I want Nigeria to have a feel of what a leader. Just maybe let's begin with Obi. What a leader. They will say, so this is a leader. They will find out that you can see a leader that is not in convoy. You can see a leader that will just dress simply, come, talk, do the things. You see him
That is
walking.
it. Simple
That is
dressing.
simple. That you don't see. People will be saying, is this a leader? Is this do this man realize he's the president? He will tell you not, until the day they are going to see that maybe if assuming he has been in government now,
God.
every September they go for United Nations General Assembly where every head of state or president will come and address them. Nigerians living in America will say, we saw our president P2B. Even the man self president, he was carrying his bag. People will say, this man said, which one mean come be? They say he went to United Nations. After addressing them, he said he want to talk to Nigerians. When he came in there, they were expecting nothing. He just addressed them and they were expecting the normal this. He said, no, there's no money to do all those things. That we finished, I'm going back home. If you want anything, come and help us in there. That is his talk. He don't they go. People
He
will
don't
wonder.
go.
People will be saying, so now the president be this. He said, yes, tomorrow you will see him. Maybe one primary school in Kefi or in Niger State. He had that he want to go and visit one school to go and see what be now. This is his life. He wasn't have time for that. In wife
You
go sit
just
down.
take a look at just take a look at Kenya. If you check Kenya tourism department ministry, if you see the money they make yearly in the billions of dollars, this is just a tourism sector that is holding the economy of Kenya.
To come and
And
watch
still,
giraffe. To come and
God,
watch giraffe.
you can see just they don't have what we have. That is times 10 of the economy, because Nigeria economy is times 10 of the economy.
Of
And
course.
this leader they just got in, they said, my brutal is very brutal. He was a brutal man. I told them that, look, you listen to what this man is saying first. What he's saying is what he is. He's telling you that we need to do trade with our own currency, not the dollar. Before this man can say this, he had understood it very well.
Anyway, the thing is, let's just to me, I'm always I believe in faith. If God did not want Nigeria to change up, He wouldn't have thrown up P2B. And for
He
P2B
will
to
never
get
have
this
thrown
far,
Peter Obi for us to see. It's true.
and for P2B to get this far with the love people showed him and the everything. Do you know that? We will be here. Let the announce P2B at the tribunal that is the winner. Hey, that day Nigeria will everywhere
The
will
party,
explode.
me presently, I go do party. I will kill goat. I get go farm now for America. They go kill goat. I will kill goat and I go present them. When I go see, I go there. I go do a barbecue, everything. I go see him. I will show everybody because I know who is this man is.
Can you imagine? Because when you see because when he's talking all these things, when I knew, I started fearing the man was when he after that platform talk, and then he now said this thing about ASU strike. He said the professors at home because of 1.3 trillion. When
Can you
the
imagine
oil,
that?
he said in July, United Nations gave us, what is it? OPEC quota is about this. We are even exporting about 700,000. 1 point something is being stolen. Those 1 point something, check the dollar exchange rate. Some said,
And Abacha loot is there. They cannot pay
no,
workers.
no, that one never did. He said some 6 something and this. He said, let me go for the middle. Let's use $400 for let's use how many hundred whatever dollar a barrel. He converted it. He said, this is what it gives in dollar. Then multiply it with 400 naira to $1. Though they are using 650, he said, but let's use 400. He said, when you multiply it, it's giving you 1.7 trillion. He said, that is for July. Then how much is ASU asking for 1.3? He said,
Can you imagine?
I walked it and I said, God.
See,
I said,
to cut the fleet to 4. If you cut that Nigerian presidential fleet to 4, or let's say 3, because what does it need many for? Cut it to 3. Sell the remaining 6. Do you know how many? Do you know how much that is? A presidential jet. Do you know how much that? Do you know how that one will pay the debt? And they will all sit down there, the driving jet all about.
Let me even tell you, somebody like Peter Obi might not use presidential jet. Do you know what he will do? Anytime he want to fly, you tell protocol officer, let them get him ticket. If it's New York, is it what is it called? Delta Airline. He said, Delta, can you take me to New York? Yes, he's the president.
Let me tell you one shocking thing. Do you know that I researched on China presidential jet? Do you know one shocking thing that I discovered? It's right on the YouTube. Go and check it. Anytime China president is going out, they bring the Air China. There's one jet that they made for the president. They'll take all the seats out.
You don't need to.
Then they'll put the presidential seat. After the man fly, go, come back, they will take all the seats and return that jet back to the fleet of China Air. If I'm telling you, go and research this. That's the presidential jet.
You see,
making money for the country.
When you say telling lie, I'm in UK, I will tell you that is exactly what British Airways does. Prime Minister has no jet. If you want to travel to Nigeria, they will bring one British airplane, remove the seats, make it as if it look like an office because president can sign anything. He goes to Nigeria and flies back. That plane maybe next tomorrow is going to Argentina. That's what we tell you. Commercial flight. That is what they use here. Now let me tell you this. Ask anybody. The only public officer, remember I said public, that has official car that can use during this thing, only the Prime Minister. In UK here.
God.
If you ask people that are in London, it's a common thing now. You'll be struggling with train to go to work in London with ministers. They'll be carrying. It's not a common thing now. Do you know there was a time they showed David Cameron, Prime Minister, standing in a crowded train?
Yes, I saw that picture.
Okay, yeah. He was still a Prime Minister then, no. Not that he has handed over.
The guy suffer.
Do you know if you thought people say if he's Prime Minister, why? So I should get up for him. you know all these things, people, there's something that will shock you. The day Tony Blair left, David Cameron left Downing Street. Downing Street is the official, just like Castle Rock.
Yes.
Oyibo, we can't be like them. They are too honest and transparent.
We can't be like them.
We can. Do you know what happened? David Cameron, the man that always on suit and tie all the time. Now jeans in wear with trainers. One type of Molue or this removal van parked in front. They were removing. No, I'm not laughing. They were removing mattress, and putting in the van. They were removing mattress to the van. Suitcase, he will bring it out to the van. David Cameron was putting his things. So personal affairs, take it out. Another person is coming in. I say, eh? In fact,
it be like that gold that won't be.
Oh dear, when you if you
see then 500 billion to repair Asu Rock. I God
if you
Jesus.
See, okay, now listen to this. David Cameron likes to ride a bike. When he was Prime Minister, he rode the bike to go and buy milk or one of these groceries from a open supermarket. So when
you get security,
say more security follow you up and down. Forget about all those security. That's why Peter B said he was in Anambra State, no bulletproof car, nobody kidnapped me. In fact, you had him saying it. The thing is that, people think, listen now, so David Cameron parked the bike just by, normally he put it by the side of the wall of the, before entering, maybe on your way entering. He didn't chain it. Normally you have to put your chain it to a pillar or something.
A
So
pillar, yes.
he just just kept it by the, just slanted it, let it lie by the side of the wall as if he bent. He went in to buy whatever. After coming out, he couldn't see the bike. It was on the
Hey,
network news. He said he's begging. He said he's begging the person. It's not. He
I
said he
treasure
lost
be
his
that
bike.
too.
He said he won't assume the person stole it. Just let the person return it. I say, Prime Minister, these are when he's still in power. Oh. Not
Can
that
you
he has finished.
imagine that?
The thing, when we are saying this type of thing, people may think it's just a not fabrication. Nigeria, only somebody like P2B will exemplify that. People will say, this na leader be this. You will see
Change
him
all
go
the
say,
laws. All the laws. Change it.
he will tell you. He said no. He said when I came in as president, they approved the more than 10 bulletproof cars park. He said, what am I going to do with this? One should be okay. Let them sell the other 9. I need the money. That's isn't it what he told the Lai Mohammed, a typical P2B. He
That one
said,
keep quiet now when you tell them
he
finish.
said, he said, I'm here in Onitsha. My Minister for Information, instead of him to tell EFCC to arrest me for treason or anything, he went to America to go and tell them that P2B is committing treason. Look at the amount of money he wasted to travel to America. That is a rascality we are talking about. And that money could have built a
That
block,
that
a,
it pain that
a,
man. Eh?
a block of 6. He said a block of 6 classrooms in his village.
Can you imagine that?
Eh,
Nigerian politicians are shameless. Ah,
mhm. Auntie, that's why I remember somebody was telling, because of this IPOB struggle. So one man was made a video on YouTube, on Facebook. He said, some of you people that are here, you blame people abroad or the way they reason. He said it's because you've not seen life. You don't know what leadership is all about. So those of your brothers that have been abroad, they've seen the way a leader should behave and the way a government is run. So when they are trying to tell you people vote for P2B or change this, you are still going to accept 1,500 naira to go and sell
can
your
you
vote.
imagine that?
Anyway, it's true. So when the guy said it, I said, yes, he's quite right. So that is the issue we are facing. But by the special grace of God, I want
No,
P2B to
you
get in.
see, I said one thing. I said the thing that has brought Nigeria to a very open. Everybody I don't do open now. They don't take their the 3 square meter. They don't come out 2. They trek like no man business for Nigeria now. Everybody I don't look. No, see, they go join. Look, nobody. They go come join Obidient. All of them don't join. All of them. Forget all this Rick Maru when they talk in Nigeria don't sleep. They never sleep. Oh, look. They wait like this. They wait. Make them say. Then declare that Baba the pastor or say I win. They wait. I say
Exactly,
even the
then they wait.
Yorubas now they go fight for this thing. They go fight to make it come out now. They go fight. They watch
And,
now. We
is
go
it
sit down
not?
and look them now.
Is it not one cartoon I read? Say a lady went to petrol station. People there, they say, Madam, which one? He said, no, in APC. May they show I'm APC. They say, no, we know they do APC for petrol station. Now the same thing with the. He said, so after we voted for Tinubu, I know they get. He said, no. When people in Nigeria, when they are talking, why can't they? Okay, when the petrol, they remove subsidy according to them, petrol skyrocket. Is it not the same thing? Whether you voted for Tinubu or you didn't vote for Tinubu, everybody is facing the
Everybody
same
they
thing.
chop the
So,
breakfast.
waiting. What are you talking now? That is the more reason
Okay,
why you
now
should know.
what are they going to tell us? What are they going to tell Nigerians now? All this they are rigmarole they do. What are they going to do? Can they even come as look? These people they don't know that. You know one thing this guy said when he was in Senate, and that more they talk anyhow for PDP spokesperson Dino.
Mm,
That thing he said there, that thing is going to come to limelight very soon. It's very close now. He said one thing. He said, you see those people that own the sovereignty of this land. He said we'll go back to them. They'll be looking for us to lynch. He said
true.
Nigeria is coming to that stage. They'll be looking for us. They'll forget their problem. Oh. They'll forget, say, this one be Hausa, this one not be Hausa, this one be Igbo. He said they'll be looking for their leaders to lynch. He said, Nigeria, we are getting there. He said, oh, this one they do here, all of us they clap hand. This one can say, do you know how the town are so relevant to me as a Fulani? He said, if you reach that time, their people will be looking for them to lynch. They won't be able to come outside and say, come and vote me. It's going to be very difficult for them to even try to talk to the people. That is where it's going to now.
Okay.
It's going to be like a cold war within ourselves, Not be say we go fight Igbo man, we go fight Hausa man. Now Hausa and Igbo go there inside for their village. Then go to talk to their leader. If you don't, they go just chop you anyhow. That is where we are going to. Because I cannot imagine. I was talking to people. I can't imagine. I say, you guys, 500 naira per liter. 7. They say, bros, relax now. We they wait for the result for that court. Now make them talk anyhow first. They go no waiting. They call something. He said Nigeria would they wait to. I know believe my ears. He said, bros, we they wait for the result for that court. Make them bring result. Any result come. Say now this 500 naira. You know, go this 10 months. All of us go fight for this country. 500. Well, I want to do them. How? Tell me, maybe they tell us how we want to survive them.
Okay. This 8,000 where Agbado one share. Waiting, how much of 500 they divide 8,000 divided by 500? How many liter?
All those with the one loot to this month. They're not giving. I can you not be they talk now say 8,000. Not be one person talk say 8,000. What 8,000 go do for 500 liter? I'm saying a transportation fee.
Okay. Now
they want loot time.
Because 1,000 means 2 liter. So 8,000 go be 16 liter.
16 liter. How about they fill your car for London? You know, pass 16 liter.
and that 15 liter now, 16 liter now for your better pass my neighbor for your flat and for the car.
You don't know.
See, wahala there. To be honest.
Yeah, people they use 40,000. If I say they give them 2 naira. This thing, I said they tell me say, bros, whole break. What is one that they shout for media? Now shout, not they shout for nothing. No. We they wait for the result to make them bring result. Not with that 500, 700. They want to go to buy. Oh, they want to strangulate us. Somebody they beg Abby. They say that they wait for the result. I don't pity for all these judges.
Okay, may I ask, because sometimes I know they get details, I go jump in. Who from where they want borrow this money?
now oil they borrow money now. Don't you know that they are using collateral now? Oil they use collateral now each well. That's what they are doing.
The other day Niger Watch tell us say China there for coastal area go pack their wash. You know the meaning.
They pack their oil.
You get us. You go. Person go owe you every morning. You go the walk passing house, make tension the whole and fall because he go know.
You don't go trust them now.
Because
China not trust Nigeria now.
I go trust Nigeria. If person don't owe you so much, upon saying go pay you back, but sometimes you go say this man just the parade around the area, make him know say I day in case he mess up. Yeah, see. They go look. Nigeria never default. That's one thing I know. Nigeria never default. They never ever default because the oil did there now. Mineral resources. That's why you are not seeing returns on the oil. They are paying with oil. Give them oil. This is jabrakata for them now. They pay. Go and take that. Look at that vessel. It went there. Don't you see that long pipe? Haven't you watched the film? There was a long pipe that hang. That long pipe, it go more than 5 to 10 miles from the oil well. They drag them, they now feel them. You won't know that they are even feeling it. You think that they've dug. They don't dug there, they wait for something.
But they were feeling it because the pipe go through the water, they now
Anyway,
come and now go into that vessel. That was how they steal that, they carry that oil. 11 years they don't do am. 11 years.
in fact,
To Cameroon, 11 years. We are giving Cameroon free crude oil every month, 800,000 barrels.
hey,
Every month, 800 tower barrel every month. Free of charge, stolen.
multiply. In fact, until P2B comes, we won't know the
Kai.
extent of the damage. Anyway,
In short,
Black Panther, let me go and sleep so that we
yes,
come
so,
back.
yes.
If we come back, this thing is already morning here. Okay.